Well, hello. Let's press some buttons. I gotta do that silly little Elgato thing. Honestly, there you go. Make me light, make me dark, and then all of a sudden I'm bright. Good day, good day. Sorry I'm a little bit late. It has been a busy old day today. I know. Hello, brother. How are you? Sorry I'm late. I've been busy trying to get everything sorted, and I got totally sidetracked watching Hellhades on the test server earlier. Having a little bit too much fun trying to get his speed tunes to work. So that kind of cost me an extra hour than I planned. So that is why I'm a little bit late. Plus, I'm a bit tired after clan versus clan, so the tea is needed. So yes. How are we all doing today? What has everyone been up to? Did you win your clan versus clans? I'm currently grinding more masteries. Tea with milk. How did my clan versus clan go? We did win. It was just a bit... I don't know what it was this one. It felt a bit of a chore, this clan versus clan. Oh, cat. The cat will make an appearance at some point. Do I know about the multipliers for the fusion? I kind of need some damage dealers for Faction Wars Barbarians. Yes, I do. They are on the website, and they are very good in my opinion. I have, in the assessment for his damage, I have assumed his 15% passive because he kind of stuns all the time. So I've assumed that you're always going to be hitting a stun target. So you're going to get that extra 15%. But if you do, he's a pretty strong damage dealer. I mean, he's not like crazy, like he's not going to break an arena meta. But for an epic defense-based champion, he is very good. So... nice, tier 6. Yeah, I always try to get into tier 6. I was just struggling with the trying to get up to the point and then had to use all my books. I actually had to summon Bivold just to get me into the 30,000 because I was struggling on points. So not something I would have normally done, but I just didn't. I knew I had a lot of champion training and champion masteries to do for today's stream, so I was trying not to burn any more gems on Spider. Yeah, I think the problem is they've incentivized winning a bit too much, so therefore clans are going to try and find a better matchup, right? But it's actually, lately what we're finding is we're trying to find a better matchup by essentially tanking the non-personals, accepting we lose or whatever, and trying to go lower down the leaderboard. But actually we're finding that all the big clans are doing that now, so it's not as... it's not working out as much as we thought. And to be honest, I don't really blame Player for the matchmaking because it kind of makes sense, right? You get match made next to the clan that you're on in the leaderboard. So if you're position 450, they're assuming position 451 or 439, whichever way it goes, is of equal footing to you because of your points comparison. So it's actually quite a good matchmaking system in that sense. The only thing I really think they need to fix is, I think you kind of lose your position if you lose a certain proportion of your clan at any point in time. I think it's healthy for a clan to be able to move members around a little bit, but that could be like, for example, say like I'm in the clan versus clan, and I decide next rotation I want to breathe, I don't want to use any more resources. Well, the clan doesn't want to necessarily lose because I want to take it easy. So moving a few people around, but I don't think you should be able to move more than half the clan. If you're moving more than half the clan, then you should almost like get de-ranked out or reset. I think that would be fair then. It's the clan hopping, I think that's the bad. The matchmaking, I think, is logical. It's the clan hopping that isn't logical. Yeah, or aggregate it you could do. But then you just get really complicated, right? Cool. I think, to be honest, the way that it ranks in terms of the leaderboard is fine. It's just the clan hopping that's bad, because what you end up having is, you know, for example, in our clan, if we decide we want to lose a clan versus clan or derank to get a better personal rating, well, we're paying a penalty for the current clan versus clan, right? We're we're losing out because we're going to lose that one in order to get a better matchup later on. That's a strategy that's not exploiting. Whereas if I was going to one clan, got all the best rewards, and then I hopped to another clan and got all the best rewards, and I hopped again and got all the best, that's exploiting to me. That's too far. That's not acceptable. So as long as they cut out the clan hop, and I think it solves the problem. Evening Hershen. What do you guys think of the new champions then? I haven't really done much content on them as of yet because, to be honest, there wasn't much notice. Obviously, I don't have any test server access, so I only hear about it once Hellhades kind of tells me about it, and I don't get any sort of opportunities. We literally did his clan boss speed tune an hour before he was due to stream, of me going, I think this could work quite well in clan boss because I think the defense stacking is crazy, which it kind of was. Yeah, so I actually think... I don't think this Harima champion is going to be that meta-breaking. I think Harima is going to be the effect of Ultimate Death Knight, where it makes an appearance, it's a solution into certain teams, but it's not necessarily anything that you would run regularly on arena defense. I've been talking to a few people. My usual go-to people for arena meta is normally Senti. Senti I go speak to because he's got a very zero tolerance in terms of what a champion can and can't do. He'll basically be on a linear path of either the champion is going to do it or it's not worth considering at all. It's really healthy to have that kind of perspective, whereas I'm always an optimist and I'll always try and find ways to make a champion work. And the biggest problem that we've got with Harima, I think, is going to be her ability to take damage. Even though her defense is really good, her base HP is actually quite low. That's a bit of an issue. We'll have a look at it now once we finish this one run. Jump out of that. So if we have a look at Harima here, she's only got 16,000 base HP. It's actually quite low. So even though her base defense is really high, like this A2, you're going to be able to scale that to like 16 to 20,000 defense with a buff, a bit like Ninja. That's why this hits really hard. It's going to be really good. But I think this base HP means, yes, she's going to reduce this, but it's not going to be as good. Now, the thing we need to note about this Demon Slayer is it's multiplicative, right? So let me just turn this audio down a bit. So when I mean it's multiplicative, that basically means it's going to multiply the amount being reduced. It doesn't work on anything other than direct damage. So it won't work on bombs. It won't work on anything like debuffs. It should work on skills, on sets, but I'm not 100% sure. It depends how the calculation of the set comes in, because the set is technically not direct damage, which means technically it shouldn't apply. But if the ignore defense gets factored into the attack that you're dealing, then it will count. So I think it will on sets, but I'm not 100% certain. But say we take a Baron, right? And Baron's got 50% ignored defense on his Sky Piercer. Then you put like Cruel and Lethal on him. That would be 80% ignored defense. Well, this isn't going to take 50 of the 80. It's going to take 40% because it's going to multiply the 80 by 0.5. It's going to halve that 80%. So it's not quite as strong as like an additive reduction, but it will be pretty good. Now, the good thing about Demon Spawn is it's not just Mortus, right? It's your Lord Shazar. It's probably going to stop this because he can't crit on her, so he's not going to get those two bombs. So that's a bit of a counter there. Candrathon, it's going to hurt a little bit, but he still hits really hard, so it's not a major thing. It's just going to stop him critting. Hefrak, Inithwi, Kutraxa. There's actually so many strong nukers in this faction. So I think it's a very good answer into like the Mortu defense. So if you're fighting a Mortu, I think what we're going to find with this champion is, say like we look at this arena teams here and we see, can I find a Mortu team? Is there any more? This Mortu team here, Mad Bobby, right? You're going to look at that and go, okay, well, they've got an Undead Hordes, what is that? I think 2 Demon Spawn, an Orc, and I think Necrets and Undead Hordes. So instantly, you're not going to get any sort of damage from this Mortar, right? It's going to keep you alive, so it's pretty strong. So she'll be able to provoke that, which is cool. There's no cleansers to stop it, so that's cool as well. The block debuff isn't going to stop the provoke either. So it's a pretty good answer offensively into this defense team. But I don't think you'll use her on defense because I think it's too telegraphed, right? You just bring someone that doesn't do ignore defense instead. Yeah, sure. No worries, Hirshen. I think I can give you my share link if you want it. Let me copy that. That's my shared account if you ever want to look at any of my champions. So Shamael will ignore 100% with 3 buffs, so therefore she would reduce that by 50%, so he would only ignore 50%. It is, yeah, I agree. It's been designed, the way you read it, and the fact she's got an arena aura, the fact she's targeting demon spawns specifically to be, I'm going to stop the Mortu. And I think it's not a bad option. And I think actually as a damage option in Clan Boss is great as well. But a good, really, really strong champion. I just don't think she's going to, like, destroy the meta. I think that's the thing, right? So I think this is pretty cool. Corvus looks good, although I think very niche, right? There's not many places you're going to find a use for this champion. I can't imagine. Like, he's placing 4 poisons, which is cool. It's a bit like a better Taurus, I guess, or better Calvalax maybe, but it's a long cooldown. It was pretty good in like the Infinity teams. It's pretty cool for damage reduction. I just don't know where you would actually use him that much. Because, to be honest, unless you're running a traditional team, poisons don't really get... Like, a poisoner is not really used anyway. The only reason why someone like Theodore is so strong isn't because he does poisons. It's because he activates the poisons whilst placing the poisons, which means he can burn through stuff really, really quickly. That's the big reason why Theodore is so strong. And the reason why Calvalax was so strong is because Xavier can explode the poisons. Because he can't actually explode anything... He just becomes a very good poisoner, but I just don't know whether you would use him, you know? Yeah, I mean, Hydra is not good either, because poisons in Hydra is pretty poor, because it's not a very good damage source. It's all capped and reduced. It's not great. If you think all he is bringing is, like, that's pretty good. Extending buffs, you know, so you can use him just as a straight, like, buff extender. So if you want to use him in like the Infinity comp or in like any 2-1 comp where you want a poisoner, then it's pretty good. But generally I prefer having direct damage with toxic sets rather than having poisons, because I feel like you can get more potential out of your team with direct damage. But he is a great Taurus alternative as well. Like if you don't have any Tauruses, you don't have any Calvalaxes, this could do pretty well. It's pretty good. That's not bad, although it's in most speed teams it's worthless. It's pretty good. I know Victor Tess was after him. I think initially I didn't think he was going to be very good for Infinity comps and killable, like the killable comps. But Hellhades was like, no, earmarked it straight away. That was his first response, and he's probably correct. I don't have an awful lot of experience on the Infinity comp. So yeah, so those are the main 2 interesting ones. There's other ones as well, which I am quite curious about if I can find them. I can never remember which faction it is. It's actually a rarity that we haven't had a Demon Spawn champion this time. They always throw a Demon Spawn in. I think this guy is really just an early game poisoner. He looks freaking cool. Don't know what the hell he's got on his back. It's a bit creepy. It looks like he's got like a spider clinging onto him. Or like, looks like some sort of arachnid or something. But this guy, I think, is basically... I don't know, if you pull him early, he's a decent poisoner, right? But because sleep doesn't work on most bosses, you're kind of in this situation where, you know, he's an ally protector, but you can never activate this second thing if he's in an ally... Like, the place where you want ally protection is Clan Boss, but then you can't activate anything because sleep doesn't work. So I don't really know. I think he's a good early game poisoner, this guy. You know, you get decreased accuracy, which is not it's not terrible, I guess. Pretty good base HP. Not truly excited about him. Poisons will do, I think. Yeah, potentially. I wonder if Corvus's passive works when he's dead. I can tell you right now. 1 second. It's all about when the phase happens, basically. So the way the skills fire, it will depend on the way that his passive works. If I can find his passives. Now, if any of you guys pull these champions and you try to run them in the optimizer, I haven't tested that all of them work. So if they've got a funky thing, it could be pretty bad. Phase 50. That's what we want to know. It's phase 50. So it's done before a damage calculation happens. The condition is the relation producer has to have poison, and the relation producer is not an ally, and the relation target is an ally. So it has to be his poisons on the enemy. So yes, it will work when he's dead, but the moment the poisons run out, it won't work anymore. So if you can permanently extend the poisons and they never expire and then he dies, then yes, it will work. But otherwise, no. Because once the poisons run out, then the passive can no longer apply because it has to be his poisons. Yeah, cool. I don't really understand what the whole point of the sleep is. Like, you poison them to sleep and they sleep to poison. Sleep to me is always like, if I ever see sleep or heal reduction, I'm immediately like meh on the champion, because I just feel like it's not a good champion, because those debuffs are just so low priority that you never really want them. So yeah, we had no demon spawns and no night revenants, I think, this time round, which is good. We had this dude, this beastly looking orc, little skeleton on his back. I think he's all right. I don't really know where you would use him. He's a much better reviver than the old man Jorg in this faction. So you've got like a revive all dead allies, get a shield. Cool. That's on a 5-turn cooldown. That's not bad at all. We also get a 3-turn increased speed. So if you're in like pull him earlier and you're in the early game clan boss, he's a genius, right? Because you get the 3-turn increased speed. This is pointless. That's quite nice, I guess, but still quite pointless. So he's just a bit like, this bit's nice, this bit's kind of okay, this bit's useless, and this bit's just a bit meh. But an upgraded Jorg, basically. Happy Thanksgiving, bro. Hope everyone's had a nice Thanksgiving if you're in America. I've no idea what time it is over there. Could not pair with Kaimar and Lethal Dose. You could, but I mean, Lethal Dose is only going to take the 5% to like 7.5%. It's not enough damage. It's the problem. What else have we got then? We've got the Samson. We've got Harambe, as people are calling him. The Smasher. I actually don't know what to do with this dude, I'll be honest. I was looking at the ratings with Hellhades, and I was thinking, well, this is kind of cool, right? Decreases the damage this champion receives from critical hits, but it's only him. And he'll counterattack if he gets critical hit. Okay, cool. But it's like, so you get increased accuracy and increased crit damage on a 4-turn with an extra turn, so it's like a 3-turn cooldown. This is, I suppose, decent. You remove the defense buff, and then, like, if this kills someone, it hits really hard. It's probably harder than Magna, but you've got to kill someone first. And we've already seen with like people like Hefrak and Trunder that killing people is really hard these days. And then we've got, like, I guess that the idea is he gets like hit and then he counterattacks with this stun. I don't know. I think he's actually kind of rubbish. This is good, but I think it's just niche. What was the announcement about the optimizer this weekend for American Thanksgiving? The optimizer premium features are all available for any account for free for the weekend, as of now, basically. So if you log on and you were a common member and you head over to the optimizer, you will be able to see everything that a premium member would be able to see for this weekend only. I think it will probably come off sometime on Monday. So it's kind of a good opportunity for you to get a bit of a preview of the features. If you want to use some of them whilst you've got this free window, you know, it's there for you. Be able to see all the team suggestions, you get artifact ratings, you get all that stuff. So totally free, no, obligations or anything. Just a free weekend for people to try it all out and see how it is. So, Swift, I would say with Kymar, the one useful thing about Kymar's A1 having a poison is he actually can feed poisons to a Dark Kale. So you can make a speed team out of him because it's on an A1 is 100%. It's much better. So... Charles, I have no idea why it would not play unless it plays through data. The only thing I can think of is some sort of cache-in blocking on your Wi-Fi, maybe. So, but yeah, so this Samson the Masher, I actually think is quite naff. I don't really think he's very good at all. If I pulled him, I'd be a bit disappointed because I don't really know what you do with him. Then we got the new logging guy. He's actually not as hard hitting as I hoped he would be with such a high base attack. I was looking at his base attack thinking this could hit really hard. He doesn't hit hard enough. He's pretty good though. I still think he's very good for like Fire Knight, right? This is going to give him 30% turn meter fill. This is going to give him like another 15% every single time. Self-buffing on himself, which is great. I actually think his kit for a login champion, like when we compare it to like Scion, he's actually a decent champion. Like he makes sense. I could see a use for him. I couldn't see a use for someone at 500 days into the game. I think that's a bit dumb. But if you pulled this champion tomorrow and you didn't really have anything for, like you didn't have an allure, like he'd go into your Fire Knight team, right? He's not terrible at all. So, Helikath, Brogni, Doom Priest, Skullcrusher, Hatatsu, Ugo, Frozen Banshee, Pinky. But what 5 would you make the best team? I would be looking at a Helikath unkillable team if I had all the right champs. Depends whether you've got like a Seeker or like a Deacon or something like that. So, hey, don't hit on Bistophus. I like Bistophus. Have we changed something to the servers? Are you talking about the optimiser update, Swift? It could be that just because there's a lot of people doing the downloads, perhaps it's a little bit slow. Justice for Harambe. Hey, YST. YST is in the house. Yeah, I know. I don't know. I was looking at the ratings with Hellhades, and I actually said to Hellhades, like, maybe he, like, I can't figure out where you use him. I just don't know where to use him. Like, he feels like he's meant to be a stun counterattack champion, but this isn't, like, consistent enough because you're not going to get crit an awful lot. You're not really going to be stunning people in the arena with that low chance. This is kind of cool, but it's susceptible to sheep. If you kill someone, it hits really hard. It's like a 0.29 times 2, so that's a 0. Math on my head, 4.8. When we think Magnar is 0.22, I think Vasulf is 0.25. So this does become the hardest hitting HP-based damage if he kills someone, but it's a big if. Because obviously Vasulf and Magnar are much easier to set up. Magnar even easier than Vasulf. Oh, his animations are good, are they, YST? I haven't seen them, to be honest. I spent about 4 hours with Hellhades today trying to make his clan boss teams fun. This Lorne the Cutter, I have to say, is the most pointless champion that I've seen in a long time. Outside of Dark Fae, where you need 100% turn meter, or maybe Spider, I have no idea where you want to use this champion. Who wants heal reduction? Okay, he's got a leech. Cool, but he doesn't bring any decreased attack. He doesn't bring any damage. He doesn't bring anything. He's just useless. He shouldn't be in the game. He's pointless. So... Are you saying it's improved, Swift? Are you saying it's slow? Yeah, so... Stiko, that's correct. So what I'm saying with this guy, outside of this A3, and where you would need 100% turn meter drop would be something like Dark Face, Scarab, Spider. I think he's useless. I just don't see where you would use him. And I think there are other champions now. If you think there is Growhack as a legendary, or there's Fulger, I think, can do it as well, where she steals 100% turn meter. It's not like this is that unique anymore. You know, we just got Morrigan that does a fair amount of turn meter stealing. I just don't think it's that strong. But you are correct. That's where I would look at him as like an early game account. If I was pulling him, I'd be looking at places where I need turn meter to drop. I think this guy hits really hard. I think he's worth picking up because it's an easy event. You don't have to summon anything. But I think, you know, there's not that many increased resistance champions. I've factored in the damage assessments that he's always going to have stun up. Because, to be honest, 75% chance to stun, 40% chance to stun. It's a pretty good chance. You pair him with another stun champion, it's going to hit really hard. So, yeah, he hits really hard. Like, if you get the stun out with him, you put... Like, the thing is, the nice thing you can have is you can get this paired with Opportunist, which is another 12%. So you get 15 times 12. You can probably get his A2 ramping up quite nicely. I think for an early game account, my brother was asking this question earlier, should I get him? I was like, well, if you're about 180 days in, pairing him with Scylla the Drakes is going to make Faction Wars really, really nice. Because they're going to benefit each other. She's going to stun to allow him to deal damage, and he's going to stun to allow her to keep the team going. Oh, right, so it's improved Swift. Okay, I don't know. I don't actually do all the extractor stuff. That's stuff that Dakut and... or the teacher, I should say, and Winston Wolf are involved in. They kind of process all that sort of stuff. I'm more the website-y side of things, so I think if you guys are questioning whether to do this, it's going to be an easy event, right? What have we got so far? We've got champion training for 2 days. It's worth picking up these 750 coins. You can skip one event, so you could just get this and then do the rest if you wanted to. Or you can add it like another 2,000 points and get these fragments done. We've got a Dungeon Divers here. It's not too bad, 2,800 points for both of them. I think he's worth going for. Just because, you know, you don't have to summon to get him. It's pretty straightforward. Do I know if the temporal chains bug has been fixed? I don't have a 6-star legendary champion to tell you, Sebastian, unfortunately. So I think that's Hoscarol. Who else have we got here? We've looked at Corvus, little big boy. Oh yeah, this guy, he looks really cool, right? I love the aesthetics of the High Elves. Sword looks awesome. I don't know why he's holding it there. It's a bit weird. This guy, I think, could be interesting in the sense that he sets up his own counterattack, right? He's got a 100% chance to provoke. So if we're thinking like Hydra, I think he's a budget option for Hydra here. 3-turn provoke. We also have, like, this isn't really going to help in Hydra, but then we've also got an AoE decrease attack and the chance to decrease enemy buffs. And this doesn't sound like it's going to be a lot. But imagine if you're in the arena, the enemy has got 3 buffs out, you know, say like they've got Sify buffed or Duchess buffed. That's 3 times 10 times 4 enemies. That's an extra turn if he decreases that. You know, if you can ramp his accuracy up, could be interesting. And the good thing about decreasing the duration of buffs, it doesn't proc polymorph. I think he could have some interest in arena usage. Whether he actually can touch the top meta, I don't know. Doesn't do any damage whatsoever. He's not a damage dealer, but this mechanic with a provoke in Hydra potentially could be interesting. I think he's not totally useless. So... Hi mate, do you think 6-star blessing for Saito is good? Yes, we're going to be using Saito today. Hint hint. Hey, what is the stat in optimiser EHP mean? EHP is effective HP. So when you are looking for how tanky a champion is, you're looking to understand the balance between HP and defense. So there is an equation that you work out based on how defense translates into damage reduction and then how much HP you've got to basically find a number, which is how much actual damage you will take before you die. And that is what EHP means. So if you wanted to find a tankiest build, that doesn't just mean ramp your defense up or ramp your HP up. There's a balance between HP and defense, which will get you in the golden zone for the best effective HP. So that's that. What else have we got here? I think that is all of them now, pretty much. Oh, we've got this pointless champion as well. And I would like to say, guys, someone mentioned this in one of the comments for Hellhades. This isn't me. Okay? He's got more hair than I've got. I'm going bald. He is not. This is not me. I don't know who came up with the idea and thought that there was a good idea to compare this guy to me. It's not true. I'm not happy. No. I'll not have it. Hey, Daniel. Don't you start YST. It's not. Maybe young me when I had hair, but look, I'm going bald now. It's ridiculous. Not even like mid-30s, and I'm losing it all. It's like, you know, he looks cool. He looks like some kind of Game of Thrones. I actually thought he looked like the one of the characters out of Game of Thrones. Which one was it? The one that I had his private parts mailed. Oh, Fiction's in here now. Prince Charming. But, I mean, this guy's kind of pointless as well. Like, he's not the best turn meter fill. Okay, he's like a budget arbiter here. And maybe this is alright for stealing some buffs. And it's cool that he gets rid of decreased attack. And he's got an aura, I guess. But, I mean... I don't see any use for him. Personally. I'd prefer Gorgorab if I had him. Theon, that's the one I'm thinking of. So those are the new champions. I think the standout one is obviously Harima. Makes sense, right? Brings a brand new unique mechanic in this passive. Be interesting to see, you know, whether that does shake up the arena meta. I don't think it will, but I think you can like get some crazy numbers on it. Like Hellhades had like 110 million without even really trying on Clan Boss. If he optimized that better, we could get that really high. So on to why we're all here today. We are building probably the most insane Clan Boss team that I've ever come up with. A bit of a shout out to Short on Skills. I don't know if he's in chat. He sometimes hovers. Short on Skills helped me sort of perfect the tunes. I had an idea. I worked on the idea. And he kind of helped me make it spirit friendly and different things like that. So this is a team effort a little bit. I'm not cosplaying him. No. So what are we doing here then? This will probably be the fastest or the slowest 3-1 you have ever seen. Bahamian, I cannot say this name. Thank you for becoming a member. We have a new minion. I do need to do some minion goals, some membership goals, because I do want to start doing some membership content and different things. But I don't want to have, you know, we're going to need a few more people to do that, right? We might do some pre-membership things like that and stuff. But I appreciate you joining and becoming a member. Thank you. Welcome. So this is probably the slowest 3-1, full 3-1 Clan Boss team that I've ever come up with. It is a bit nuts. Just going to pull up all my different variants because it is a little bit fiddly, but there is like a variant that makes it even better. I need one more link. One more link. I've sent so many links to so many different people the last couple of days. You wouldn't even believe. I'm just trying to find the last link here. There we go. So, let's have a look at this tune. Just out of interest in chat, how much speed do you think you need to go to get a champion into 3-1 rotation? And what I mean by 3-1, I basically mean the champion is going 3 times before the Clan Boss takes a turn. How fast do you think that champion needs to be able to do that? I'm going to throw that out there first. Whilst we have Val doing his masteries. 270? Without a speed lead, Donovan. We do have boosts, right? So obviously we're not saying just like on his own. I'm talking as part of a team. There will be a turn meter booster in there, yeah. Yeah, with turn meter boosters, yeah. Think like a Demytha style team, right? As a concept. 350. A good 280 for sure. Oh, guys. Let me show you. Welcome, guys. Welcome to the next generation of the Demytha Clan Boss team. We have a full 3-1 team, if you account Seeker's extra turn. Seeker's technically going 2-1, but he is going 3-1. We have this going really fast. Now, the Demytha speed is pretty high, but our DPS Skrank is going at 227 speed and is going at 3-1. 227 speed, and we are going at 3-1 here. Now, what is so special about this team? We are getting crit rate buff for every single champion at every single point in time in this speed tune. So I can run all of my champions at 70% crit rate. The only time we do not have a crit rate buff is when Ruella takes a turn here, which is an A3. She doesn't attack. And when Ares takes a turn here, we actually do, sorry. It's the increased attack. We also have increased attack up for this entire run. The only time we don't have increased attack is when Ruella takes her turn here, which is an A3. She doesn't attack. Ares takes a turn here. That's the only attack that it misses. So otherwise, the team is running completely with increased attack. We've got Ruella running at 271. Yes, so here's the thing, right? The DPS slot misses increased attack unless you bring a champion that has a self-buff and increased attack. Someone like Halsring, Skrank, Saito. Someone who can do that, that's more ideal here because they can self-buff themselves on A2 so that they always have increased attack up. Because Seeker cannot give it to the DPS on all of these different attacks here, right? It kind of falls off here unless you get it reapplied. So the speeds we have here, this is without an aura, by the way, and there is a better version of this. 345 speed for Demytha, so that we get into flow. 315 for Ares, 207 for Seeker, 271 for Ruella, and 227 for Skrank. Now, Ruella going fast is not really a problem. Technically, she is a bit faster than she needs to be, but she needs to be this fast for Spirit Affinity. And the good thing about Ruella is she's got 112 base speed, and also you can double her up in Faction Wars, right? So I just need to keep running this at the same time. So you can keep running her in Fire Knight. Sorry, not Faction Wars, Fire Knight. So having a fast Ruella is not a problem because you could replace your Allure potentially. Now, here's the only problem with this particular version of this tune. Because there is no block debuffs, and because of the way that we want to extend the crit rate buff so that Demytha does her A2 here rather than here, because we've had to move things around, right? In a normal Demytha Ares comp, Demytha will extend the buff right at the start of the turn, but that means Ruella's crit rate buff falls off, so you can't really run the 70% crit rate, so you can't gain the benefit of that buff. So we've had to move the Demytha buff, the Demytha extension, to the second attack on her ability, which means it kind of messes the order. So from a stun targeting perspective, you kind of need to make sure, one, Ares doesn't get stunned, two, you kind of don't want Seeker to get stunned because he's going to get stunned here, so you need an alternative for Seeker, and then your DPS is going to get stunned. So it's awkward unless you run this variant. Now this is kind of a bit like what Deadwood Jedi had put up, I think, a couple of days ago with his team with Ruella, but I've adapted it without realizing he'd already done it. Now if we use Elva Autumnborn instead, we get a 19% aura, and we resolve the stun targeting issue because she has block debuffs on her A2. Everyone has block debuffs apart from Seeker, but that doesn't matter because Ares can because Elva can cleanse it. Sorry, not Ares. 5,000 shards. Oh wow, I bet he is. So in this team here, if we were to run Elva instead of Ares, we can drop the speeds down, and we've got Skrank running at a 3-1 at 208 speed. 208. Keep in mind, all of these champions can go this fast with 70% crit rate. I already have 100% crit rate Demytha at 324. 208 speed for a 3-1 is unbelievably fast. Like, unbelievably slow. I've never seen a team this slow. It gets even better, though. Because What if we run Rorik as the DPS? Well, now, if you run Rorik and disable his A2, you can run Rorik as a 3-1 champion on 193 speed. Yeah. 193. Unfortunately, I don't have an Elva. Now Elva all of a sudden is like one of my most wanted champions because you put Elva in here. She has a much higher base speed, so going at 293 with Elva is not so bad. It's like, wow. The thing about Rorik's A1 is he boosts his own turn meter by 30%, so you can basically drop his speeds even lower. It's actually disgusting. So this is what we're going to do today. We're actually going to completely destroy my clan boss team, and we are going to run this team basically. Yeah, you say that's difficult, but I currently run no aura, and my Demytha's at 326, and I can probably still go a lot higher without pushing my gear. So obviously, I'm not saying this is a build for everyone. This is a high-end build. But certainly with Elva, I mean, I think Rorik has got a 19% aura, so there's no reason why I can't run this team with Rorik instead. It's like we could run this Rorik, we can put 19% aura and drop everyone down, right? So if we just do this, we're going to just check it. I always need to do this. The quickest way to... If you ever want to add an aura and find your speeds, the quickest way is just to take a screenshot of the speeds, and you want to match the true speeds, right? So I'm pretty sure Rorik is a 19% aura. I'm sure he is. I'm pretty sure YST is a bit of a Rorik fan as well, right? Where is Rorik? Is he a barbarian? Yes. Yeah, so Rorik has got a 19% aura, so we could run like a Rorik in here and drop the speeds right down. So it would be 344. Oh boy. We need 344 there. This would be 314. This can go slower. This can go down to... And he can go way down. How low he can go here? Not that low. Oh, we need to turn off his A2, don't we? There you go. Look how slow we can make this guy. I think that is the limit. We can go lower. This is how you find your base speeds, guys. You keep adjusting it until it breaks. Now, it doesn't mean it's going to work on Spirit. You have to check that, right? We can see Spirit's probably going to break it, so we normally have to lift Ruella up a bit until it falls back in line. There you go, see? Now we should be good. So those are the speeds we can run here, right? We can run, if we ran Rorik instead of Elva, 325 Demytha, 297 Ares, 188 Seeker, 249 Ruella, 198 speed Rorik, and we would be 100% 3-1. Nuts, right? This is why I was so excited when I saw Ruella come out, because I was like, there is stuff we can do in Clan Boss with Ruella. And the nice thing about Rorik is if you put Revenge Gear on him, he has this funky little thing here where he will, he'll always attack with his, did that change then? No, it didn't. Let's just, he'll always attack with his A3 if he counterattacks. So that's quite cool, right? I mean, if he counterattacks, that's pretty awesome because he's going to do that. He also deals 15% more damage to bosses. You kind of disable this ability. You don't care about that. And you just run his A1 with this. Now, the only problem, this weak hits, you don't get the turn meter. That is the only concern, which is kind of why it's not great to run him. Because if you need to rely on that turn meter, you'd have to basically adjudge that you wouldn't get the turn meter and run him faster. But it's difficult to do. There are ways around it. But for this team here, we are going to run some variations. So what I was basically saying in terms of the fiddly bit that you have with Ares, because of this stun targeting, we basically need to match up the stun targeting, right? So it basically means on Void, it's not so much of a problem. We can basically run whoever we want in leader and it'll probably get stunned, right? So we can put Skrank, it'll get stunned because we haven't got any sort of increased attack or anything like that nonsense. It's just going to pick the leader. So that's okay. We can put Skrank in there. He's going to get stunned. The people we don't want to get stunned is we don't want Seeker to get stunned. We don't want sort of Demytha to get stunned. Now, we could, for Void, put Seeker in the lead and put Steadfast on him. So that should mean that it'll go on someone else. Now, in an ideal world, we tank the first stun here, but it will fail. So it's not really ideal. So what you have to do when you're working out stun here is you're just going to have to accept, because of the lack of block debuffs, that one of your DPS, which should be Skrank, is going to get stunned. It's not a problem if Skrank gets stunned, basically. We're not too concerned. But it is... it's not ideal. I'm not so concerned as well about weak affinity for Ruella, because she's got so many opportunities to place the debuffs that, to be honest, she's probably going to keep the debuffs up even in weak affinity. So I'm less concerned about that. So yeah, so what you have to do is basically match it up. So when we're fighting Void, we can just pick whoever we want in the lead. Skrank I'm picking because he buffs his own attack. When we're fighting, I think, Spirit, we're going to need to have a Force DPS because we cannot have Ares taking the stun. With Elva, you don't have this problem. With Ares, you do. Which means that we need to run someone like Alika, another Spirit champion here, to be able to... or another Force champion, so that the Spirit boss will target the Force champion, which is Alika. If we're running Magic, we're going to need to run a Spirit champion because we don't want Ruella taking the stun. So Val the Destroyer comes in, and then if we are running Force champion, we're going to need to have a Magic champion because we don't want our Seeker taking the stuns, and he's the only Magic champion. So it's fiddly. It's not ideal. If you had Elva, this would be so much easier. Because it's just like, you don't have to worry about the stun. You can have one DPS. You can do whatever you want. Is there any possibility to put a counterattack champ in this team? I don't think so. So the team is locked with Seeker, Ruella, Ares, and Demytha. The only option you have is running Elva over Ares. The rest is locked, and you just got a single DPS. The good thing about Ruella is she's a booster, an increased crit rate, and she has all of your debuffs. So this DPS can be whatever you want. You can just go raw damage. I don't need Saito's decreased defense. I can have whatever I want there. It's not a problem. Are the settings for this full auto? Yes, full auto. Like, the only thing you probably have to do is just prioritize. So I think Skrank's setup here, if we want to make sure he gets the A2 in the right position, we might have to mess around with his priorities. But if he's going to get stunned, it may not be so important. But you can see Ruella, all you do is you open A2, prioritize A3. Seeker, no delays. Ares, you delay one turn, so you open A1, and the rest is auto. So it's full auto. So we're going to build it now in the optimizer, and our clan boss for today... Oh, I've been showing the wrong screen, haven't I? Sorry, guys. Let me explain that bit again. I forgot to press the button because I'm not a professional content creator. For the Skrank variant, we might want to try and get the right setup so that his A2 is firing here, because this is the only time the DPS doesn't have increased attack. But he might get stunned anyway, which is going to delay this, potentially. We don't really know. We're going to have to see how that goes. But if not, you can just run this auto, because Ruella, she just opens A2 but prioritizes A3. No delay on Seeker. 1 turn delay on Ares, so we just open A1, and no delays on Demytha. We just prioritize Demytha's A2. That's the only difference. So it is full auto. In terms of this, the Alika version, full auto. In terms of the Val the Destroyer, full auto. In terms of Saito, full auto. Again, we're using Saito because he buffs himself here. Saito's actually quite good, I think, for Affinity Clan Boss. I always mix up which way he goes. Which way does he go? Saito. Decreases the cooldown of this skill by 1 turn if the target has more than 50% HP after the attack. So he does that. Inflicts 20% if the target has higher max HP than his champion. Places an extra hit. So I think he doesn't decrease his A2 cooldown if the boss is in Affinity. So he's better when it's not in Affinity to some extent. Skrank is really good. We're going to use Skrank, I think, today. Depends what the clan boss affinity is. Let's just have a look here. What have we got? Clan boss. So we've gone to magic and force and spirit. So we can basically test all 3 different variants. We're going to build them all. It's going to be a busy hour in the next hour here. So magic, we need to run our spirit variant, which is going to be Val. For force, we need to run the magic variant, which is going to be Saito. And then for spirit, we need to run the Alika variant. So it's a bit of a puzzle. Hi, Samuel. So the first thing we need to do is we need to rebuild our 3 or 4 maiden champions here. That's what we need to do. Because we need to rebuild them now with 70% crit rate instead of 100%. I'll show you what I've currently got running at the moment. So right now, my current clan boss is this. Forget the Boltsmith. The Boltsmith can be anything, right? That's the current clan boss right now. So pretty much I can run anything in Boltsmith's slot and it's full auto. You can see I'm already running a 298 speed ARS in Toxic. I'm already running a 321 speed Demytha. I'm already running a 212 Seeker. So I've already got pretty fast gear on them. And I did roll some extremely good pieces in Clan versus Clan that is going to make this possible. The one little problem is trying to find a banner for Ruella because Sylvan watches, like how many people have gotten decent artifacts. And we are going to lose some sort of, like, we're going to lose Brimstone because I haven't got any blessings on my DPSs. So let's get started. Now, the first champion we're going to want to rebuild is probably going to be Demytha, because she's going to be the fastest champion. We need to get Demytha running at 345, essentially. So let's reset all these settings. Let's go in here. We're going to go damage mode, A1. She doesn't attack that often to really justify that much damage, but we can do it. So we don't need to change the masteries. They're all pretty fine. I think she's running in... Yeah, so she's got standard masteries here. She doesn't need any more than that. So that's cool. So we're going to have no aura, I guess. I don't think Skranky Boy has an aura. Does Val have an aura? What is Val? He's an orc, isn't he? Val doesn't have an aura. So Val doesn't have an aura. Saito, I don't think has an aura. Let's just see. He has a dungeon aura. That's pretty rubbish. And I think Skranky Boy doesn't have an aura either. Where has he gone? Skrank, is he a skinwalker? He's a skinwalker, isn't he? Nope. Is he an Ogren? Well, why can't I not find these champions anymore? Skrank down there. Is stream okay, guys? It's all kind of gone a bit glitchy. Let me refresh this page. Okay, cool. It's just YouTube just went a little bit frozen on me. Okay, so we're not going to have any aura. That's cool. But we are going to have increased crit rate, increased attack. We're also going to have increased speed. That's not relevant. So we're going to have decreased defense and weaken out on the boss at all times. Now we're going to set the boss 250, boss. I have 1292 because Seeker's going to reduce the debuff, the defense because he's got cruelty. Yeah, sometimes YouTube can freeze up. It's really annoying. And then it does this thing where it like sets all your names to like to grey, so I can't tell if you're members and stuff. It's really annoying. It's a bit buggy. Right, so we've done that. Cool. Awesome. Stats. Sorry, at the same time I need to keep manual in. Because RSL help is broken at the moment. I'm having to manual masteries. It's really frustrating. Need to remember to keep hitting replay. So, speed-wise, we need 345. We need 100% crit rate. We don't need accuracy or anything else on her. Now, we can have a look at the banners and see what we've got available to us. We want to order by speed. Ideally, we want an attack banner. This is what I was saying. I kind of rolled some nice pieces. That's new, that banner. I've used all my multi-battles from Clan vs Clan, trying to get some points. So we got this banner. That's pretty cool. That's going on. We kind of want a crit damage amulet. Ideally with attack. We don't really need anything else. Revenge is good. I think the one she's got is going to be the one we go with. We could take it from Boltsmith. He's got a bit more of attack, but that's incredibly low min-maxing. And then we want an attack ring with attack percentage. So I tend to look at the accessories before I do an optimization, just to see what I've got available to me, right? So right now she's got a 5-star. I'm probably going to take Boltsmith's ring here because it is stronger, right? It's 122 more attack. So we are going to take that. So now what that means I can do is I can take out the banner slots and it's going to speed up the run here. Next thing I want to do some glyphs. We're going to need at least +5, probably +5 here. We'll just throw in +17 here. Cool. Have I cleaned out my queue of artifacts? It's got worse since Clan vs Clan. Right, so first check, can we hit the speeds? Let's just make sure it's optimizing. There it goes. Yes, we can. Now remember, we only need 70% crit rate here because we have the buff up all the time. So this is going to help us get to these speeds much easier. So what do we lose? We actually lose nothing by doing this. We gain. What are we taking from? We are taking from Arbiter, which you probably don't want to do. So we're going to, for now, let's just see if we can avoid having to take gear from Arbiter here. So we're going to exclude priority 1 and we'll see what we come up with. I do need to do a killing spree. What I think I need to do with my gear is basically go through all my stored like dupes and faction guardians and stuff and just delete a bunch of gear off of those champions and then store some of the decent gear on them instead, because I'm holding on to like really poor gear that I don't need. Right, so that failed. Okay, how far away are we from getting that? Can we get to +6? Taking a while to get started up. Okay, so +6 gets us there. So that means we're pretty close. But I don't really want to glyph too much to do that. So what are we taking? We're taking Morrigane's thing there. That's fine. We're taking Lys's piece there. That's going to have to be +6. Demytha, we're going to have to +5 that to a +6. Shamael, well, that doesn't really particularly matter, I guess. And then we keep what she's got. So we don't have to glyph the chest. How it's... See, this is why sometimes like selling gear is weird, because that would probably be a candidate for a sell. But it's actually showing as a possible build here. We lose 19% crit damage, but we gain 202 speed, 202 attack. But we would have to +6 this, and we'd have to get 1 extra speed on the banner. And whatever Lysandra is holding on, that could be a +6 as well. So there's a lot of speed I'd have to get here to make that work. Or I could take gear off my Arbiter, which is tempting. It really is. It really is tempting. So what I could do is take this off my Arbiter. If I do that, can I take that off my Arbiter? Let's just give her a different weapon. Try again. We're getting more interesting builds now. Can we do it without hitting +6s? That's the key thing. Because I don't think I have an awful lot of glyphs here. The two main linchpins are going to be Eris and Demytha. If we can get Eris and Demytha up there, then we're okay. We can build the rest of it. So it's finding when we're losing 13% there. It's going to be using that. Take Morrigane's weapon and shield there. We wouldn't have to glyph this. We wouldn't have to glyph the chest. We wouldn't have to glyph the weapon. And we'd be basically taking 30 speed off Arbiter and giving her 19 back. In terms of damage, we would actually increase her damage a little bit by doing that. So we'd be adding 25 speed and increasing her damage. How nuts is that? If we were to do that way. Or we can basically let Arbiter keep her weapon. If I organize it by speed. So this is a cool way you can like switch between gear when you need to. Yeah, so it can't find it that, so we'd have to basically glyph +6 to be able to do it without the Arbiter's weapon. Which is a little bit sketchy because I'd have to try and find an extra glyph on this thing, or hope that I could, I suppose, exceed my glyph. Wonder how many 6-star glyphs I've got to start with. Let's see. So we've got 6 6-star speed glyphs and 13 5-star speed glyphs. So it's not so bad. It feels like we're taking like too much crit rate here, but we could remaster her to get rid of 5% crit rate. And basically put it into more attack would be better. I don't know what Lysandra is running at the moment. Let me just take a look at that. What has she got on at the moment? So she's got a +5 on her weapon at the moment. We'd need to run the helm. I think this is the way to go. If we can get like a +8 on the banner, it would be even better. Let's do it. First build coming up. The most difficult build. So we're going to swap around the rings. We need equipped. Look at this blood shield ring. Crazy is that? It's got about 40 extra attack on it. It's just a shame this blood shield and not revenge. But we're going to take this. Oh, your storage is full. Of course my storage is full. Can I sell something? Oh, look, let's sell that piece. That's terrible. Can I sell? Let's just sell that as well. Who is in this CB team? It's going to be Demytha, Ares, Ruella, Seeker, and then a DPS slot. Okay, so we got that. I think she keeps a current one. And then we swap the banner. This is where we need to pray for luck. We need a big roll on this banner. If this +8s, we are laughing. If this +3s, we're not. Oh, it +8 did. It... Yes. Okay. Now then. Okay. Now we need to re-optimize again. Because maybe that changes the context again because we've got an extra 2 speed. So now I probably don't need to glyph to +6. I probably can do it without glyphing. Yeah, probably. +5, +5. Interestingly, it's giving me the same gear. How curious. I know. There's actually, the banner that I have on my Lady Kimmy has eaten about 10 6-star speed glyphs and it's still +5. I've stopped putting any speed glyphs on it because I feel like I've just wasted so much. Okay, so interesting. We've got a change here. Now that I've +8'd the banner, if I get more, I'm not going to do this because I think it's just silly. But it's suggesting this. I think it's just silly because I need to get an extra 1 on my gloves, which is asking for a lot, and an extra 1 on the weapon. So I think we're going to stick with a +5. And we're going to accept that we'll lose a little bit of damage. That's what we're going to accept. I think it's fine, to be honest. You know, we lose like 791 damage from it. We could probably find that back up with a better amulet if I wanted to really roll it. What boots is she in? So we'd be trading a fair bit of damage if we don't swap that. Right, so we're going to build this across now because we don't need to glyph anything, I think. I think we're good. Right, so we need Shamael's boots. So that's going to be attack percentage, crit damage. We'll have this. Oh. I'm never going to use those. Well, actually, they're 6-star speed boots, aren't they? Ugh. Oh, the pain of my life. Can we just find something to sell, please? Look, we don't need that. We're never going to use that. I really should have cleaned out some space before we did this. I'll probably never use that. Okay, whatever. Right, so crit damage. Why do speed glyph rolls roll the lowest possible numbers 90% of the time? Because the game hates us. Wicked. Why won't you let me swap? Oh my... I sold stuff. I've got two stuff. Right, hang on a second. I just need to throw some stuff on someone to basically free up some space. Who needs gear? Who wants some gear? Someone who's like sitting without any gear. Oh look, you don't have any gear. Congrats. Have a wonderful chest piece. Have a wonderful pair of boots. Enjoy life. Right. Okay. Where was I? Demytha. So we need to go. Attack. Equipped. Right. Have you taken a look at the new champs yet? Most of them seem solid in my opinion. Yes, Historical Gamer. At the start of this VOD, we went and looked at all the new champions. I think the main one is the Shadowkin. I think that's the one to look for. Who is your favorite looking new Lego from the patch, and who's your favorite kit wise? Visual wise, probably I quite like Corvus. I think he's quite cool, right? He's quite aesthetic. It's pretty cool. Favorite kit wise, I don't really know if I've got a favorite kit wise. I don't really think any of them are like that crazy. I like the uniqueness of the Shadowkin. That's probably a good way of explaining it. Right, so now we need Lysandra's crit damage, speed, HP. There she is. And then we need the helmet, which is going to be attack, speed, flat stat defense. Oh, that one's going to need a glyph. Are we going to max it out again? No. Oh, close. Hopefully we're close enough. I didn't really see how much over speed we were. And then banner, shield wise, we need where is she? There. Oh, we actually need a +5 on that as well. Why can't I swap gear? Oh, for God's sake. I'm so annoyed with storage right now. Can we please get some more storage in this game? There. Okay, where are we at? 345. Actually, I don't need any more glyphs. I think I'm okay. Luckily, I don't need any more glyphs because I +8'd that glyph. Now, we do have too much crit rate. So, to be optimal here, you'd never normally do this, but I'm going to. Reset for free. We're going to go down here. I need to be very careful that I pick the right masteries here. Which is live updated already, which is very unhelpful. Clan boss. There we go. So I need you. We take... I'm just checking that I've got the right masteries here. I don't really need the healing because I've got a better Demytha now, so I can go down there. Pick up Laura Steel. Pick up this, and then go all the way down the left. Okay, and then we take... Now the rest of the masteries are kind of useless. But we might as well take some Life Drinker, I guess. And we might as well take that. Why not? The comp we're using is... I'll put it in chat here. And then I'll pin it to the chat. Oops, I pinned your message. I didn't mean to do that. Professional streamer. There we go. I pinned it to chat. That is what we're doing. Right, because we didn't need crit rate, we've now got a 345 Demytha, 75% crit rate, 3000 attack, 141. One champion is done. Locked in, good to go. Also get like a commanding presence, which is kind of cool, but we're not going to have an aura, so... You know. Hey Justin, how are you doing? I assume you don't go lower still because you have speed sets. No, I do go lower still because I have speed sets. I'm getting a lot of extra speed here. Right, so Demytha's done. Next up, we need to make Eris. Now, this is going to be a challenging one because I am going to want Toxic on my Eris. And it's going to be something we need. 1292. We're not got an attack aura. We have increased crit rate. None of that. Yeah, cool. Fine. Battle. So we need 315 speed. We again don't need accuracy. Don't need any of that. Let's just check the banners again. Order by speed. We only want attack banners. It's a lot of speed. The counterattack masteries Koi are actually quite worthless because you never take any damage, so you can't activate the 50% one, and the 20% one equates to roughly, I think, one attack a clan boss run, so it's not worth it in my opinion. I'd rather take the extra speed and the steadfast to guarantee my stun targeting works. I don't have two Hanorak, no. So there is a very juicy banner that I've got on my main Arbiter, which is like very juicy. That I would take if I could. But that's a lot to lose on my Arbiter. So far we haven't touched my Arbiter. But we could. I think the rest of the kit here is pretty good. So I think we're okay. We're going to leave it up. We're going to see what we get. Glyphs wise, we want one Toxic. We are going to steal one. We're just going to see what one can do here. We're going to go to 5. Can we do it first? Can we do it? Do you have a link to the Ruella version of the team? It is in the one that I've posted above, the pinned message. We can hit this speed. Again, we're finding more crit rate than we need. That's probably just because my gloves are good. So that is taking from champions I do not want to take from. Okay, so let's take out priority 1. Presets, configure. And what I want to do is I just want to go and find Seeker and put him into priority 2 because I know that Seeker is running. Well, actually, we can use another feature here. And basically say, I always want all that, exclude 1. Let's go with that. Oh, the Elva version. Yes. That's the Elva version. Right, so we can't find it with that. What if we up it to +6? This is going to be the toughest one. I don't know if I can do it, to be honest. I think I'm going to have to take something from Arbiter. Just because their base speed is pretty poor. So we're going to need to take the banner from Arbiter, I think. Which is okay, because I can probably find a better banner for Arbiter. So now if I drop that back down to +6. Wow, it's struggling even with that. I mean, she's pretty fast already. Do I use Arb often? I'm using her less and less, to be honest. I mean, the biggest problem with this team is I'm already running like really fast gear on her. So the only way you improve it is Stealing from Arbiter, I guess. This was always going to be the hardest build. Why has it signed me out of here on all of them? Oh, look at this. I need to refine my link. Hang on. And I'm pretty sure I'm capped in here at like 5315. Yeah, I mean, I think it's the toxic that I'm really... Like, requiring the toxic is causing the problem. She is very good with toxic. And if you drop one toxic set, it's quite a big amount of damage loss. It's not crazy, but it's enough that I would notice it. I mean, I can do it if I basically take the gloves from Arbiter as well. Like, if I take these gloves from Arbiter as well, then I can do it, because it's in the speed set. But it would mean destroying my Arbiter, probably, I think. Where's this? It's just basically different boots to get more damage. She'd lose a hell of a lot of attack. I don't know what from. Oh, because we'd have to steal Kimmy as well. I don't think there's a way around not taking it from Kimmy. So the question really is, do I have anything in terms of an attack chest? Right, reset. Attack. Why is it... Oh, flat stat. No. Yeah, attack chest. Why is it only showing me gloves? Oh, because I got that. So we need attack chest with speed substat, and we want to order by speed. Like, what's the fastest one we've got? It's the one she's wearing. I think we might have to drop toxic. Let's just see what happens when we do that. Which is a pain. We probably need to go and... Let's just live refresh it. And take that out. Yeah, I have both Seeker and Eris, Andrew. That's what I was going for. But in order to do it, I probably need a better... like, speed rolls on my gloves, I guess. Like, it's finding much better options here now without having to steal from people. I still lose quite a lot of damage, do I? I actually gain a lot of damage, but I lose toxic. So... Oh, Lord above, it's thundering out here again. Weather has been awful in the UK. Hey, Saf, at what point do you think a free-to-play should start focus on Iron Twins versus focus on energy resources? I do my daily. I don't really think you need to. The only day you should do Iron Twins really is on Sunday for the Void. Otherwise, it's not a big deal, but you should do it every day, I guess. But if you're still like struggling for gear, then you should still be doing gear masteries and stuff like that. Who will be the main DPS? It's going to rotate. It'll be either Skrunk, Saito, Val, a couple of others. Yeah, I wouldn't want to... I don't really want to lose Toxic on her. I mean, I could swap Ruella to Toxic, I guess. There's no reason why I can't run a high damage Ruella in Toxic. It would be the same benefit. As long as there's 2 Toxic sets, it's okay. That's the goal here. So let's try that. Let's run this. I think this is okay. What are we going to get? Why is it giving me a flat stat defense? It's actually advising me to run a flat stat defense. Of all things. Yeah, that's it. I didn't really think about that. And obviously, Ruella's... The biggest problem with Ares is her base speed, right? If this was Elva, it would be much easier. Elva's got 110 base speed. Ruella's got 112. So it'll be much easier for me to put this gear on her than it will be for me to do it with Ares, because I'm already with Ruella an extra 10 speed up. And that's why I'm lacking. I'm lacking that 10 speed. Right. Sometimes, guys, it will recommend you swift parry gear for speed. And that's what it's doing. I don't particularly want swift parry. What's the difference in damage here? Why does it keep recommending a defense flat stat of all things? Have I glyphed that already? Let me just check I've glyphed that already. Like, it's recommending that piece over the one she's already wearing, I guess, because that's got 7% crit damage and the one she's got hasn't. But I'll be honest, I'm not that fussed about crit damage. How long did it take you to get the gear for Myth Air? I mean, my account is 3 years old now, or whenever it was out, so a while. I've had Myth Air running for about 6 months. See, I haven't glyphed that, and I don't really need to glyph it if I don't want to. I could take this piece. Let's drop the glyph back down to +5 first. Now that we don't need to go absolutely ham. Do you have Fushan? I do, but I don't want to use him. Because I don't like being locked into the team with Fushan. I like flexibility. And I also need flexibility in this team. So that's a little bit more damage. Why is it 103? Put it back to +6. These two are the hardest builds to get right. Once we get these two builds right, it should go a lot quicker. But these two are always going to be very difficult because I'm trying to push Ares to an extreme level here. Like, she's already in a very extreme build. She's at 298 speed with nearly 5,000 attack and 170% crit damage in Toxic, of all things. Yeah, so it's good for content if I can just substitute champions out of like a team. So I built a Myth Foolus comp because I didn't want to have to be locked into having Fushan. Whereas like my current team before this, I could basically put anyone in that final spot and it would work fine. It's kind of crazy that it's recommending this build of all things. I think it's because it's asking to +6 it. I don't really want to run a swift parry build here, I'll be honest. Can we run one without swift parry? That would be wonderful. Honestly, a lot of speed is about double rolls in rear to start with. Like, you'll notice a lot of my banners are just like double rolls. Double rolls get you very close on rear. It's not that hard to get a 300 speed champion if you've got all double rolls everywhere and they're high rolls. Is it going to recommend anything? Like, it's recommending this piece, but I think I can run something else other than that. It's recommending some Killstroke gear here. But I think all of these have to be glyphed. That's the only concern, is it's putting all these up +6, which is a bit of a push. I don't really want to run 90%. I feel like... Let's just have a look what Crypt Kringral is running right now. Yeah, exactly. That's why rare is so good, right? Epic, you actually have less chance to get good rolls, whereas with rares, you've got a pretty good chance you're going to get a double roll, and double rolls can get you far. No, you're not glyphed at all. That's a +8. That's already glyphed. I'm pretty sure that's already glyphed. I'm pretty sure. I'm trying to make sure that I don't go all in on glyphs too early and then run out halfway through. Like, that helm is not glyphed at all, so I'd have to +6 it. The chest isn't glyphed. Decisions. What about that shield? Perception is not glyphed. In what unkillable team can I run a Crizia and Relentless gear? Most, I think Bat-Eater can support it. Most unkillables are okay. It's normally the block damages that suffer. I don't know if it's 25% because it's basically the odds of you getting... it's like 0.25 times... 0.3 times 0.3 times 0.7 or something like that, right? Because you've got a 33% chance you're going to get one of them. And therefore you have a 66% chance you're not going to get another roll on it. Something like that. I'm very bad with probabilities. Oh, this one's taken a while to find it. Who would have thought that ARS would take the most work? I would have thought it was going to be a bit easier. Demytha I thought was going to be harder than ARS. If I had Elva Autumnborn, we'd have built this by now. Just because the base speed is the biggest problem with ARS. She just has such a bad base speed. That's why whenever we content creators talk about base speeds and stuff, that's why it's relevant, because if you start at 94 versus a champion that starts at 110, it's a big difference in terms of trying to build some of these teams out. Okay, so it's recommending this, but again, it's pushing +6s. And I don't think all these champions have got +6. You're a +3. Pretty sure Boltsmith is rocking a +6 on that already. It's a +5. I'm gonna drop. Oops. I'm gonna drop this down to +5. I'm just nervous about a +6. Yeah, it's not so much that. It's because I am somewhat trying not to. I'm trying not to use my glyphs. I don't want to go all in on glyphs too early because I know that I'm going to need to build potentially a fast banner on Ruella, and I don't have that many banners, so I'm going to have to be glyphing that quite high. So that's what it comes down to. I don't particularly want to lose too much damage either, and the only problem when I +5 it is we're still at 100% crit rate. It's not really ideal because we're not gaining much from the crit rate buff. Like, it's recommending those. What has she got on at the moment? Toxic, which we take off. I've got a +4 speed. I haven't got a +4 shield, have I? That's got to be equipped already. I haven't got another +4. Well, damn, I have. I've got 2 quad speeds there. I think this looks cool. I think this will work. We'll go with this. We'll see what we end up with. Otherwise, we're going to be here all night, me fiddling around with... Holy moly. I swear to God, they sent a hurricane to the UK this week. Weather is awful. Jamasa. Where's Demytha? There. I run out of space again. There's never enough space in this damn account. Right, I'm just gonna go sell a bunch of crap. Hang on a second. Right, Fury. Let's just go equip. 5-star rare. Sell, 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 sell. Sell, sell, sell. Sell. What's that? Attack percentage, sell. Right, got some space, finally. Right, boots, we need Demytha. 6-star. I don't want that in there. I'll never find what I want. Speed with crit damage, crit rate, HP percent. Equip. It took me so long, Oxlane, to get a second Demytha. I was after one for ages. I'm going to leave the same chest piece that I've got on her right now because it means I don't have to glyph anything. I lose 7% crit damage, but I'm actually going to accept that because I don't want to have to glyph that other chest to +6, which is going to be a problem for me. So I'm going to leave the chest as it is. And then I want a speed, resist, crit damage, attack. Which is this, which has already got a +7 on it, which is cool. My account is going to need rebuilding after this. And then we've got a Hellhades shield, which has got speed, defense, attack, crit damage. Look at this piece. Bit gross, right? +8. Just up this here. Okay, resistance is fine. Okay, where is she at? 318. Again, we can redo her masteries here now because we don't need the extra crit rate because she's overcapped. So we might as well trade some masteries here. Oh, we have to trade gems. Okay, fine. The things I do for min-maxing. There's no point having the extra 5%. I don't use her anywhere else, so might as well trade it for that. Going down the left. Again, we don't want her to get stunned, so we need to take this. Now, before we would have taken the masteries down here because Toxic does work with Master Hexer and it does work with Sniper, but we don't need that anymore because she's not in Toxic yet. What is with the client today? So we might as well take... Might as well take them. Okay, so she's built 318, 82% crit rate, 180% crit damage, 4.6k attack. Not bad. Not bad. We can glyph a bit here as well at some point. Like, we've probably got some attack percentage we can glyph here. I'll throw a big boy on it. 4%? Oh, we're not throwing any more than that. It's a waste. No attack on it. That would have been nice if it rolled a bit of attack percentage, but it didn't. Might as well throw that on there. Every little bit of attack actually helps quite a lot because she does hit quite hard. That's already at +8. That's already maxed out. Let's get a bit of a better one here. Go. Okay. Heiress is built. Number 2 down. Live refresh. Now we're going to do Ruella. Now, I think Ruella is going to go in the Toxic set. But we need to look at her banners because obviously being a new faction, my options are limited. Not one single 6-star attack banner is a painful thing. So I feel like I'm going to have to build Ruella in a subpar build and then rebuild her once I get some better amulets. The ring I've got is quite good. I've got a double roll. I can't complain about the ring. I think the ring I've got is the best one here, 17%. The amulet's pretty good as well. It double rolled attack, so the amulet's quite good. But I think I think I'm going to have to steal White Dryad Nia's banner because I'm going to need the speed. To get to 271, I'm going to need this banner. So I think I'm going to have to go accuracy. But we'll see what it does. So let's just reset it here. Yeah, I know, Stiko. It's ridiculous. We're going to go A2. Things should speed up now. Because we're going to go there. We're going to exclude 1. We're going to give her masteries. We haven't done her masteries yet, have we? I wasn't even showing the optimizer for you. I'm terrible. I'm not a good content creator today. This is basically the sum total of my banners. That ×2 Shadowkin didn't really do much for me. So I'm going to need a bit more there. The ring's pretty good, 17%. Amulet's pretty good. Double roll attack there. But, you know. I currently run Mythru and do about 100 million ultimate. Would Bat-Eater Relentless do more damage? Probably. It's Acrisia. Acrisia's mental. Probably outbeats Mythru. Right, so first things first, let's just set this up. 250, 1292. She's going to have increased attack, increased crit rate. And she needs to be 271. We do need 240 accuracy or like 235. She doesn't need that, doesn't need that. We're going to leave the banner on and I'm going to put her in toxic. She's probably going to take all of this stuff that I've just taken off ARS, I would have thought. Let's just do... say stats. Masteries wise, we're going to go that. And again, we're going to go down the support tree because we don't want her getting stunned. Boom. What are we going to get? The nice thing is when you pick a set, it goes really quick. There we go. Look, we're finding nice builds. I thought it would take White Dryad Nia's banner because I just don't have a better option right now. So I'm going to have to... Ironically, it's not actually taking any of the gear. I don't think it's taken... It's taken the boots, but I don't think it's taken much else. Skranky there is going to lose his chest piece. Septimus is going to lose that. I don't really want to lose Septimus's banner. Like, I don't really want that piece, ideally. How much damage would that do? Ooh, a lot. Wanting to take Septimus's piece. There's not much difference to that, though. That's a bit more perfect. That one feels a little bit better, even if it's only got 5-star crit damage. Don't particularly want to take gear off my Septimus. But I could do, I suppose. It's actually surprising how it's not picked a lot of the pieces. So I think we're going to go with that one. It is the top result. The top result does the most damage. So I think we'll build that one. So where's Ruella? We're going to have to rebuild White Dryad Nia after this. Find her a banner somehow. Right, so I need White Dryad Nia's banner. Does the Cult Brawler need A2 off for budget unkillable team? Ooh. I don't know. Maybe? It's been a while since I've built a budget unkillable. speed, crit rate. Game is glitching out on me. Might have to restart the game in a bit because it is glitching. That piece. We need, so speed, crit damage, defense percentage. What's the last piece? Accuracy. Tell me to get that piece. Ironically not glyphed at all, which is really kind of annoying. And then it wants me to get crit damage. Oh, look at this piece. We're about to find out here. Look at this. Oof. That hurricane caused some interference. Well, did I cut out then? Am I back now? Am I okay? Crit rate, crit damage, speed. Oh, right. Yeah. It's probably because I've had the game open for too long. You know what it's like. It lags out. We're going to take that piece. And then we need crit rate, speed, accuracy, resist. I got a piece here even leveled. Look at that. It's probably something from clan versus clan. Unless it triple rolls, it's a cell. Cell. It's awful. Speed. Crit rate. It's the piece we're taking. Then we're going to go attack percentage. Attack. Speed. Crit rate. Defense. Scrank. Give me that. Okay. So we need to do masteries on here. Sav, can we clone a few of you so we have a few more videos a week? I know, right? It's so difficult for me to find the time to do just basic stuff. Right, so we're going to go down crit damage. We're going to take this. Now, it's a little bit more awkward here. Because I need to get to Giant Slayer. She's a triple hitter. She needs Giant Slayer. Need Methodical. And then I need her to not take the stun. So we're going to take that. I'm going to take that. 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 Might as well take that. Take that. There we go. Okay, so where are we at? What did we get there? 74%. We needed that crit rate. 258 speed, so we do need to glyph some bits here. So first things first. What's this glyph to at the moment? That's a +4. Okay, it's not so bad. That's a +3. That needs to go up 2. This isn't glyphed at all. Let's hit this with a +5. Let's pray for luck. Oh! I couldn't even try this, even if I wanted to. How many times can I max roll? Now you think, why am I using the 6-star speed glyph on that? It's actually quite a good piece for 26%. But it just means I can get closer to the number without having to glyph everything crazy. Let's just glyph that. Give her a bit of accuracy. Streamer RNG, right? Yeah. Right, have I got any more? Right, I'm at 268. I need 3 more speed somewhere. Let's just glyph this. Thank you for the 1%. That's better. I'm going to get the attack here. Oh, come on. Thank you. Jeez. What's the accuracy like at the moment? 237. So we're just about there. We're creeping up on the accuracy. We probably can glyph a bit more somewhere else. That's at 10. That's at 5. You don't really need more accuracy. We're going to glyph this again. I'm just going to glyph that with a 5 just to give us a bit more. 270. I think it's too... I don't think it's enough. Let's just see. No speed sets. Oh, I think 270 is okay. Is it going to be okay for Spirit? Or does it need to be 271? Needs to be 271. Okay. This is going to hurt because we're going to have to try and find one speed from somewhere. Who's the least most painful one to glyph? It's probably going to be the gloves. I'm going to pray. No. Try one more. One more. Oh, no. Okay, let's try this. More variants. Oh, this is where it's going to go wrong. There we go. Whew. That was brutal. I don't want to look at that bit again. Right, okay. 4.1k attack. 272 speed. Perfect. Now, the attack's obviously low because we're in an accuracy banner. Which is always going to be a problem. If we get an attack banner in the future, we can improve it. Is there any more attack we can get? Oh, she's also not max level. I should max her level now. It's the training event's on. I think we're pretty good there. She's pretty max rolled. Right, let's go max roller in the... How many of this going to take? Oh, 74. Okay, we're just going to do it with voids. I haven't got enough of those. .6k attack, 254% crit damage, 74% crit rate. Pretty good, I think. All things aside. You know, we haven't got the faction guardians yet. That'll give us a bit more. That should mean that we hit somewhere in the region of... let's see. I can get live refresh to load into the optimizer. There we go. So we should be hitting somewhere in the region of, like, you know, 194,000, 126,000. That's not quite accurate because it's not taking into account all the different masteries. That's good. Right, next up is Seeker. 2 more to go. She needs to be locked 1 now. Seeker. We have a 5-star Seeker here. Obviously rocking Cruelty. That's what you should pick. How fast does Seeker need to be? 207 speed. So again, we're going to go through here. Include locked, exclude 1. Seeker doesn't need to get stunned. We don't want him getting stunned at all. It's good. Boss 250, 1292. Defense, weaken, no attack or a crit rate buff. Get rid of that. Battle stats. So he needs to be 207. Is he already pretty much in a build? Nearly. I'm not going to put any glyphs on this dude because I want to keep them for everyone else. Toxic we need. Sets, battle, cool. Doesn't need any accuracy, doesn't need anything else. What can we get for him? Slight increase on damage. Fair amount. So we can get 5.1k attack here. Who are we taking from? So that's what he's already got on. We're taking from Franox. He's already got that on. We're taking that. I'm going to take these other 2 pieces. That was nice and quick. I think that's pretty good. Pretty spot on. Did I roll a better amulet? I don't think I did. I think I took off... let's just check. I don't have a better amulet here. Pretty sure I decided I wanted the counterattack over. Yeah, I decided I wanted the counterattack over a higher roll, basically. I don't think I got a better ring either. It's all trying to remember which factions I rolled everything on. Right, I think that's good. What blessings do you recommend for Demytha, Fushan, and Jintoro? So, Demytha, I've gone Aura, but you can go Cruelty if you want. Fushan, I would go Phantom Touch, and Jintoro, I'd go Brimstone. Unless you can get Jintoro to like 5,400 attack at High Awakening. If you get a Jintoro to 5,400 attack on a 3-1 ratio with 6-star Awakening, then you put him to Phantom Touch because it's more damage than Brimstone. Right, so all we need is a... swap this over. This is one of the pieces that we took off of Eres. Where's Toxic? That. Yep. And then we need to take 18 plus 4. Why can't I find that piece? 18. Why am I not finding that piece? Oh, because I probably got substat rolls. Speed. Crit damage. That piece. And then we just need to change his gloves out. Attack percentage. Where is it? $208, 73% crit damage. I think that's fine at 208. Yep. Ahoy, Chaos Blade. How are you doing? 5 point. So this is a Seeker. 5.1k attack, 259% crit damage. Whew. 5-star Awakened as well. So he's locked in. Final champion. So because we are on Magic, the first one we're going to have to build is going to be this dude here, Val. So we need to get him built up. He is booked. He just needs masteries. So he is next up on the list. And we need Val. Which one is Val? Because we're fighting Magic. Now the only downside is obviously he's going to be weak Affinity. So he needs to be 243 speed. I think that's the minimum, is it? Yes. Live refresh. I'm going to be so disappointed if this team is just like not going to work by the end of this, because I haven't run Clan Boss today. We want it on A3, I think, because I think that's his big one, right? Yes. Now, I don't really need any form of so it's a little bit different here. Obviously, I still want Laura Steel. There's no point me going down defensive tree. I might as well take Laura Steel for the better speed, the better attack, potentially better crit damage if I run those sets. I'll take pinpoint accuracy. I don't actually need accuracy on this dude, because the beauty of having Ruella is Ruella provides all the buffs and debuffs you need. So you don't need to run any other debuffs. So I'm not going to run any, basically. I think it's a waste of stats. I'm just going to ask it to run my minimum speed, which is 243. Now, he needs to run a bit faster than Skrank, because Skrank has some turn meter built into his abilities. We don't. Skrank would need accuracy because he does HP burn, and he scales off HP burn. Set a minimum defense value on the optimizer appears to be bugged. A minimum defense? Brian, in what scenario are you set in? So, like, what mode? Hey, Staff, I've run a baddie for 2 years. Is the ARS team with Fushan auto from the start? Yes, it is, King Ragnar. I think the Demytha ARS comp has replaced Vat-Eater as the #1. Myth Fu variant is even better because you don't have as much, you don't have as much complexity. Right, so let's select his accessories. Again, I always tend to do this manually because you can kind of make a decision pretty quickly. Like, I know he's going to want an attack banner, so I'm looking at the attack banner. Based on 243 speed, I'm going to want some speed priority, probably. So I'm either going to want to sort by speed or sort by accuracy. So if I sort by speed, I can see this one is a 5-star, not great. This one is better because it's a 6-star. This one only has 6 speed, so it's whether or not I want the 10 one. I could take the counter attack. I'm probably going to go with this one. And then here we want a crit damage with attack substats because we just want raw damage. This would be insane to take, so I'm going to take that. Nogdar can get better gear some other time. Rings wise, all we want is attack and attack percentage, so we're going to pick the one with the most. Now, my Orc's attack percentage rings is awful. Looking at this, like, wow, really bad. I need to farm some more attack percent Orc rings because this is terrible. I have no choices practically. I might as well take Nogdar's ring because, I mean, that will give me like 427. That gives me 358, so 427 is going to give me more. Or I could take Garog's. Let's take Garog's, I think, because that's Glyphed, I guess. It's got more percentage. So let's just equip that in the game. That's really, it's amazing how you can have such a big, deep account and then find like these massive gap holes in your gear. Oh, if you're in EHP mode, Brian, don't set a minimum defense. You don't need to. You shouldn't need to because it's going to give you, it's the way that EHP mode looks as it does the equation, then it ranks it based on the build that returns the highest EHP. So, for example, if you were doing it as damage mode, it returns the build that does the highest amount of damage for that skill. It's doing the same thing, but in EHP calculations. You don't need to put minimum HP or defense for EHP mode. Before we run this clan boss team, I'm going to restart the game because it is lagging like hell for me right now. Take this off Nogdar. Look at this piece. It's so gross. This is so gross, this piece. Look at it. Triple attacks, flat, crit damage. So good. Well, the thing is... Yeah, I kind of get what you mean. It's a bit different. I don't know whether you would do EHP mode for that then. I would potentially maybe look at a balanced mode, put the index for, like, the stat priority for defense higher, and then just have some HP. So basically, if you go into balanced mode and set your priority for defense at 16, and then set the health at 8, I think that might get you better, Brian. I'm terrible at swapping. Hang on, I'll show you now. It's basically the amulet that Val's got equipped right now in your screen. It's the same thing. What one did I say? Attack. Speed. Oh, I rolled attack percentage, 7%. Nice. Right, live refresh. Yeah, when I was saying look at it, I was talking about this piece here. This amulet. 92 flat stat attack. It's actually one of the few places where flat stat's really good because I don't want accuracy, I just want damage. So all I can get better there is flat stat. So, Brian, what I don't know if I can show you quickly. Let me just find a champion that isn't doing that. Let's just go to you, for example, optimized balance mode. So, Brian, if you were just to do your stats here, this is what I would do if I was looking for Brago. I would do that, I'd do that. And then whatever accuracy you'd need. Yeah? So if you wanted like 300 accuracy on it, that would be better. It's just the way that the way that EHP excludes stuff, if you put minimum defense with EHP mode, it goes a bit funky. It's like the same thing if you put minimum crit damage with damage mode. It's because it already knows it wants to prioritize that. It does weird stuff. So if you go to, because you're trying to do something that is not quite EHP, but you still want defensive stats, this would be the way that I would do it. I'd put defense at 16, basically saying priority 1 is defense. Then put HP as 8, telling them I want to index more into HP. Then put whatever axe you need, whatever speed you need, then optimize. That should get you the better results you want. This is where balanced mode is better, because you don't particularly want to be like invincible because you need defense. You don't want to be the best EHP. You don't want the best damage. You want something in between. Right, so we want 2, 4, 3. We are going to do some glyphs here. We're going to go 5. We're going to go 5. Go like that at 19. Cool. Stats, slots. We don't need any of these. Boom. What are we going to get? Any thoughts on subbing Septimus? Septimus' extend is good, but I don't know if he would outdamage a Feign and Geo combo. I'm not sure. Oh, look at these builds. Oh, these are a little bit disgusting, aren't they? We're only 18%. This could take a while. If you set a defense minimum on balanced, it shouldn't ignore it. But because you want as much defense as possible, I don't think you need to set a minimum. I would just set the importance all the way up to 16, because that then should basically tell it to find as much defense as possible, then index the rest into HP. Yeah, Septimus is good when you want to extend the buffs, right? I used to run Bulwark back in the day in my budget unkillable because I wanted to extend the buffs. Otherwise, kind of not good. We're just waiting for this to run through now. And then we can do an actual clan boss run. We'll see how it goes. My previous clan boss record was 163 million. I don't think this can do that, because I don't have enough gear on my Ruella yet. And also, because if I had the Elva variant, I think it could. But because the Eris variant doesn't stop the stuns going on Val, it's going to basically mean that he's always attacking weak affinity. Whereas if I did it with Elva, I wouldn't have to worry about the stun. I don't even need to worry about swapping my DPSs around. Yeah, Bill, I wouldn't swap it if that's working for you. The only thing I would start looking at is maybe bringing in like a Seeker Man-Eater team, basically trying to get a 2-1 unkillable rather than having a 1-1 unkillable. A mishmash. We don't really want to lose Ragash's gear. And we don't really want to lose Gembo's gear. Kind of want him as 1. That's better. That looks good. How much drop off is that? It's a fair chunk off the top, but not too bad. We're going to go with this one. This is the last champ, cool. This is the last champ for the team, 5th. I kind of don't want to touch this one because I don't want to lose the set thing off Ragash. So we're going to go with this one here instead. I have no idea how much I need to glyph. We'll find out. Poor old Boltsmith is at his day for the content. But his number's up. We'll have one more after we do the run because I need to run Nightmare. If it works, of course. I've no idea if it's going to work. You hope it would. Basically, all of the Boltsmith gear that was running in my team is now going on this dude. Where is Boltsmith? I've managed to do this, though, without touching my Arbiter or any of my speed teams, which is actually more impressive for me. I didn't expect that that would happen. I thought I'd have to take some things apart to make it work. I haven't really had to touch it. I was tempted at one point, but I haven't done it. Speed. Resistance. Basically, my number one pull now is going to want to be Elva, I think. Just because it makes this team even better. So much better. Because without her, the stun targeting is a bit of a nightmare. With her, the stun targeting is super easy. Crit rate, attack percentage. Cruel of Garog. Oh, wait, we're going to have to roll that to see if it's going to mess up. Oh, it didn't. Nice, it went on attack percentage. And then crit damage, crit rate, speed, attack percentage. Take this. Okay, how short are we right now? We're 218. We're a lot short, so we're going to have to glyph things up here. Okay, so first one. Boom. Not a good start. Oh, don't do this to me. Don't do this to me. Thank you. So I'm too short already. Attack percentage. I'm running out of attack percentage glyph soon. Oh. Oh my god. Hey Aaron, happy Thanksgiving. Have you tested Ruella instead of Allure? No, that's my next step after I finish messing around with all my clan boss teams. I'm going to 6-star this one. 5, it's not ideal. Just a bit behind on the amount of speed I need here. Gonna have to burn some decent gear here. Okay, I think I've glyphed everything I can now. 236. I think that's too short. Yeah, I need to be exactly 243. Oh boy, that is a problem. Do we have any 6-star glyph candidates? That's pretty good. We'll go with this one. Come on now. No! Oh. Uff. Better. $240. We're still not there. I maybe should have brought down the glyph in a little bit. What's our crit rate at? 68%. Have I done the masteries? Oh, wait, I haven't done the masteries yet. That's silly of me. One here. Now, how many attacks does this guy do? Attacks 1, attacks all, attacks 1, single. Oh, I haven't got enough red scrolls yet. We're going to have to do a bit of that. Two, 4, 1. Ah, I need 3 speeds. Okay, I can afford to lose 3% crit rate, which is not great. I do not want to use another glyph. So, what do? We look and we adapt the build. So we can see if we can find a cruel piece that has a little bit more speed that I can abuse. which is probably going to be difficult. Well, you're rocking an 18. Ooh. Okay, so what do we lose? We lose 6% crit damage. I think that's a good trade. I know we lose a little bit of crit damage, but I just can't be bothered. 244. We're good. I shouldn't really roll this because I can't get anything. I knew I'd get crit rate. It's actually an insane piece. Now I kind of want to redo the masteries and put that back on because I don't need the 5% crit rate to get the extra attack that I lost. But yes. So what do we got here? We have a... Let's just go run him in the get his last 50. I think he needs like 50 red scrolls. So we'll run that. And I'll answer some questions while we wait. The min-max is real. This is what I'm obsessed with it. It's what I'm terrible at. This is why I've been keeping a lot of glyphs for a while, but I've just ruined them all. I had 6 star when I started this. It does hit hard though. Thing with Val is he's like Ninja. He's going to ramp up over the fight. So Val has got this ability here. Oh, I think I missed it. Vala's got this ability. Increases the champion's attack by 10% each time they use an active ability. So every time he does this, I get 10% more attack. Hey Saf, I'm building Skrunk. Mind sharing an optimal build for him. We will be building Skrunk. I don't know if we'll have time tonight, but I would build him a little bit tankier because you can abuse his attack from the passive. So try and get a little bit of tank in him, like 2.9k defense or something like that, and then go all out damage. I don't think he's pretty self-sustainable. It's just my build, I had him all out damage without any defensive stats. Hey Seth, added Michinaki to my Nightmare Hydra clan. I got my personal best. Yeah, Michinaki's a bit gross, right? Kingarog or Robar for Arena? I prefer Kingarog. Actually, Robar hits harder, but Kingarog might be better in the current meta. Neither of them are that good, I would say. Someone tell me I'm not dreaming. Rolled Perception 6-star gloves. One rolled 3 times crit rate, and the other 4 times. Wow. All right. Hi there. When you drop the Ruella video, I will be recording a video tomorrow on this team in more detail, but we're going to run the clan boss team, and then probably next week I'll do a video on Ruella in Fire Knight, but I need to speed tune it, so that's going to take a while. Basically, Michinaki, the key with Michinaki is you want people who attack a lot. So Michinaki's power in a 3-1 team, like if I had Michinaki, I could put Michinaki in this team and he would go nuts, right? Because if we just look at how many times he's going to attack. So Ruella, he's got a 50% chance here. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So if we actually assume he's in Val's position, he's got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So you've got 7 attacks per turn to basically counter. Then it gets nuts. If you're on a 2-1, it's not so good. The key is having lots of attacks in your team. The more attacks you have, the more you ramp it up. Question about Faction War for Orcs. Curious about which ones you do have 60. Stuck on stage 15, don't have any 60 yet. Do you have Zargala, Ian? That's the question, because Zargala is how I got through Faction Wars. Zargala is really good. You can build Zargala as like a damage deal defense debuffer. It's always the 1 red scroll, isn't it? Every single blimming time. Duke is also very good as well now. Iron Brago is another good shout. I quite like Nogdar. Ogrins are getting easier now that they're adding a lot more Ogrins in. Zabadar. Like, Skrank has made Ogrins a joke for me now. You can always do the Ogrin Jailer in Ogrins as well. He's pretty strong. Growhack is great for turn meter. And he's got a big nuke. Vrask is an MVP, yeah. I don't know if my team... Does this show me... That's Ogrin. That's the team I'm running at the moment. But I've got Gomlock, right? And I've got some pretty... My say is beastly. Nogdar actually does a lot of work. Nogdar's really good. Right. We got the War Master. Hey, look, we did a weekly challenge. Where's Val? I've done so many spirit leveling lately, it's really killed my spirit pots. Boom. Right, it's leveling them up. We'll do 50 you. 50 you. So, final Val build is... I could add 75 attack, 6.5 times attack, 54% crit damage. It's got a little bit more accuracy than I'd like, but I think it's just because this has got some accuracy somewhere. And he's in 1 cruel, 1 perception. So, let's set this up. We're there finally. I need a slot. This is a dead team. Well, let's keep that. You're a dead team. So, leader-wise, I don't really think there's much benefit to anything because we're going to get... Like, there's no leader I can put in. So, we might as well just put Seeker in or something. Put Val in, maybe. Where's Seeker? Where is he? Where is he? Where is he? There. Seeker. Demytha. Eres. Who am I missing? Ruella. Ruella Deville. And then Val. Okay, so we need to set this up. Eres needs to open first turn. We always have to tell Eres to first turn because she doesn't like doing it all the time. I think she needs to have that as first priority. That as second. No delays. And Ruella needs to prioritize this. But she needs to open with that. And he can do whatever he wants, I guess. We'll just leave him auto. What do we like? Probably like that first choice. Second. Okay. Let's see it work. Let me get this on the other screen so I can check that it's going to work in flow, that it's not going to break. So the stun target here should go on to Val, because obviously Val is weak affinity. So unfortunately Val is weak affinity. He's going to do less damage, but we'll see how it goes. So she'll go Demytha, Eres, Ruella. Ruella's also weak affinity, but see how we still landed all the debuffs? I think she's going to keep him up all the time. It falls into tune at turn 5, basically. There you go. So that should be Ares A1, Seeker A2, A1, Demytha A3, Ruella A1, Val A1, Ares A2, Demytha A1. Stun goes on Val, perfect. We don't really care that Val is not going to be able to get cleansed. He's just going to have to deal with his skills. Oh, I didn't really think that Demytha can reduce the stun. That's a good point. It's a shame it's not going to be in right rotation though, but I forgot that she can clear the stun. We're nearly there. This is the last turn where we're not in tune. So Val's going to go A1. Ruella's going to go A3. Ares A1. Demytha A2. Seeker A2. A1. Val A1. It's beautifully going so far. Ruella A1. Ares A1. Demytha A3. We're now in tune. So Val should be going first. Yep, we're in tune. Good. Right, I can see the comments now. Is there any way to find more in-depth guides to effectively use the optimizer than what's available on the website? Yeah, so Elliot, what we're going to be planning on doing very soon is replacing the current homepage on the optimizer with a better view for you. There'll be like stats, there'll be like actually video guides that we're going to be writing for it. So that should hopefully improve it. Am I doing the fusion? Yes, I will be. Because I'm addicted. So, even though we've got 2 negative affinity here, we are still keeping up all the debuffs. Now, in an ideal world, I'd get Brimstone on Val. That's more damage, right? Let me just make sure we're in thing here. We should be getting an attack buff still on for that. I'm just not sure whether that is. I need to just check. Right, attack goes on there. Let's just take it off auto a second. Right, so Val has got attack buff. Yeah, perfect. So Val's got an attack buff. You can go. She's got an attack buff. She didn't land the decreased defense. That's the first time she hasn't done that. Poor Ruella's struggling on this one. This is like Spirit's the worst affinity. Magic is the worst affinity because obviously Ruella is weak, which is where all our debuffs come from. And it does suck that basically my DPS is always going to be weak affinity on non-void. When it's void, I think this is going to really perform well. But I think it's still going to 1-key even though it's weak affinity. Like we're at turn 10 and we're at 16 million. We just need to be at 70 million. 325,000. Let me check how long until Val is fully upgraded. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So he's upgraded. He's at full damage potential now. He's at full attack value. Is there an option to lock out specific artifacts from being used for a build? No, you can only lock champions, but you can have advanced locking if you enable it in the settings. Really, Aaron, Deadwood did a guide on Val. He's pretty strong. We need these poisons to fall off so she can get her A2 back out. Wait, did she not? Oh yeah, because it's a 4-turn cooldown, isn't it? I forgot that. It's the only thing with Ruella, she's a 4-turn cooldown debuff, so by prioritizing her A2, she does weak hit. We've got to wait for it to come back round. Who empowers Val? Good question. I'm not sure. We'll have to check after this. I mean, considering we are losing debuffs left, right, and center, we've got 2 weak affinity. Like, it's not doing too bad. You know, we've lost a lot of the blessings from my previous team. We do have a backup, at least with this one, that Val has got weakened, so he can land it if we want him to. Oh, Seeker just did a 200k there. Whoa, 400k Val. Keep in mind, he's weak affinity as well, so he's going to pay permanently a minus 20% damage. He's also missing a turn whenever he gets stunned, which is actually bad as well. Elva Autumnborn makes this team, I think, 100 times stronger than this, because we don't have any of the affinity issues. I can bring like a backup decreased defense for magic instead of trusting and only having Ruella. I have to bring another spirit champion here because I need the stun target to go on. This not on Ruella, so we need to spirit. Is it Nogdar? I actually like Nogdar. I think he's good. Any thoughts combining the sets when you choose, like having Lifesteal Doom Tower? So it's actually quite difficult to do that, MM0. What we're probably going to do is actually have it so that you can like save the results of a build that you did, like an optimization task, so you can compare them. Because of the way that the engine is built with requiring sets, it's actually quite difficult to go this or that. It's pretty much add one set in the optimizer flow, so it's probably easier for us to add an option for you to be able to review it. Yeah, like this is the worst one because obviously Ruella's going to weak hit a lot. But you can see, even though she's weak affinity, we are losing some of them sometimes, but she's doing quite well at keeping it up. Val is a monster. 300k weak. Remember, like weak affinity, you always get minus 20% damage. So that's 330,000 minus 20% damage he's doing. The telling point is when we hit turn 25 in terms of how much we're going to do, because we're in tune now, right? So it's a little bit of a slower startup. But it is full auto, which is quite nice. Nice, Ruella did well there. We're at about just under 2 million damage per turn, which means we should end up around about 90 to 100 million on the worst affinity. We're struggling to keep Toxic up, even though we've got double Toxic, which is actually quite surprising, because normally I overfill. And Ruella is running the same way. I suppose we are losing a counterattack from Ares, because Ares counterattacks. Ares is still a better Toxic champion, I guess. She's still doing okay, though. Just not as many poisons as I'd like. Normally I'd like to fill the turn meter bar. Oh, she weak hit all of those. Wait, did she resist? Why is she resisting? I did put enough accuracy on Ruella, didn't I? Yeah, she got 240 accuracy. Why the hell is she resisting? Well, she resisted all of them. Oh, she could have been decreased accuracy, I guess. I didn't factor that in. What I might end up doing is building a secondary team that just works for Spirit. Because the thing about Spirit... well, not Spirit, this is Magic, isn't it? I was thinking Spirit would be bad. Yeah, decrease accuracy. Didn't think of that. actually quite a bad rough rotation with her. But I don't know how often she's going to be doing A2s after she gets... Yeah, so sometimes she's doing A2. I could probably push her A2. Yeah. Basically, I can adapt it so that she skips around on A2 here. So we'll auto it because she should boost. He does that. He does whatever. Now, if we A1 here, that's okay. Because what I'll do is it moves her A2 away from the debuff now. So she shouldn't use the A2 anymore while she's got the debuff at least. So at least we won't get resist. Because that's probably actually been more of the problem, is she's resisting rather than actually getting weak hits. Because each individual attack will apply each debuff. It's only if she resists the debuff that really is a problem. So I bet that's really caused a big difference. We'll see how often we can keep it up now for the rest of the fight, because I've moved it off that rotation. So she shouldn't have the debuff now. Like, she should lose that debuff before she has to do A2, because Era should cleanse. Whoa! 500,000. Do you see that? 500,000. Holy. He's a monster. I knew he was good, but I'm even surprised at how hard he's hitting on his weak affinity. That's minus 20% damage. Because any hit that you do here is minus 20% damage. Wait, did he lose crit buff then? Val should never lose crit buff. What happened there? Yeah, that's fine. Maybe I was seeing things. Who's the other spirit champions besides Ruella? Val. I play 1-to-1 with counterattack, Marta, Geo, Turvold, and 2 man-eaters. I'm looking at a replacement on Geo so I can speed him. You think this leg will do the trick? I think so. If it's unkillable. So the key with Val is you need to ramp up his passive. Once his passive is ramped up, he's basically a ninja. He's got 100% increased attack. Hey Lisa, how are you doing? No. I don't think it is. Is there an affinity thing with crit rate negatively? I know there's a positive one, but do you need extra crit rate to do it on negative affinity? Maybe that's what it is? I wouldn't have thought so. I double checked the speed tune. He definitely doesn't lose the buff, and he's not losing it now. But he definitely didn't have it when he crit. Is it negative? Does he need an extra 50% crit rate on top of the crit buff then? I know you can save 15% if you're strong affinity. I didn't know that there was a negative connotation as well. Oh, that's a pain. I have to re-gear him at some point then. This is so much easier if I had Elva. It's actually getting a little bit frustrating because I wouldn't have to run Val if this was magic. I could run Saito or I could run Skrank. I could run anyone if I had Elva instead of Ares because the stun targeting isn't an issue. But because I need someone other than Ruella to take the stun here, because of the way that the champions are in order, we have to have Val, and Val is losing a turn and he's weak hitting a lot, so this is not really showing the damage potential of this team. But I often only hit Ultra Nightmare on Void anyway, so it's not really a problem. It's only for Affinity it's a problem. Yeah, so I probably need to boost Val's crit rate a little bit. To be honest, it's only the first time I saw him that he didn't crit. Well, we're hitting 1 key at basically the same duration that I used to hit 1 key before I had blessings. On the worst affinity. That's actually quite insane. Like, the amount of times he's weak hitting. Whoa, 500, 2000. Okay. Val's like, I've had enough of this. I'm smacking you down. I haven't got Brimstone. I don't have any blessings on Ruella yet. When I get like Phantom Touch on Ruella, if I could get Phantom Touch on this is going up even further. Yeah, probably. I don't know how much I've got on him actually. Let me have a look. Val. He's already at 80%, so he's only losing 5. So there's a 5% chance, basically. So actually rolling that crit rate was pretty good. So 5% chance that he doesn't crit, which is fine. Because that was that 5% chance there. It's probably not fine. I probably need to find 5% for somewhere, but it's fine. It's okay. It's fine. It's still a comfortable 1 key on the worst affinity for Ruella. I wouldn't have half these problems if I was running, say, Spirit Affinity, because I can run like a Force DPS, I can run a Leaker, right? So what I need to do now is I need to basically build a champion for each affinity. A Leaker is mostly built. A Leaker, I think I will only need to tweak a little bit. We'll have a look at what the other affinities are. Because I haven't run any clan boss yet today. Now, obviously, going 3-1, it takes a lot longer. Yeah, on Void, I'd need to put him in the lead, but he should... Well, actually, I probably don't need to put him in the lead. On Void, I could run this team. I could probably just run this team on Void, because it should pick the only target here that doesn't have Steadfast, which is Val. At least he wouldn't be weak affinity then. He'd be critting all the time. But I mean, I'm impressed. He's hitting 500,000 on weak affinity. That's pretty nuts, right? $338,000. I'm curious to see what Ruella's damage is going to be, because it's hard to see her damage because she does too many things. Steadfast isn't a get out of free. You still need to make sure that the buffs are right. So like, if you have increased defense, I think it overrides Steadfast, but Steadfast is counted as a buff. So in this situation, because I don't have any of the other things that it looks for, like block damage is on everyone, things like ally protection, things like increased defense, because I don't have any of those, then it should always pick the target that doesn't have Steadfast, which is Val. And because I've got Steadfast on Eris, Ruella, Seeker, and Demytha, it's always going to go there. It's much easier to stun target. Yeah, exactly, Koi. I mean, I'm hitting 87 million, and I'll be honest, I don't feel like I've had decreased defense up for like... I feel like a third of the fight I haven't had decreased defense up, like now. I'm quite happy to change though. I think it can beat. I think this team can beat my 160 million world record. I think it can. How was CVC? We lost 12. We won, but it was a record win. It was like 15.6 million we needed. So Ruella's doing somewhere in the region of 40 to 60,000 per hit. So that's 40. So it's like a 180,000 per hit. It's not bad. It's pretty good. Yes, exactly, Koi. We're gonna run this team on Nightmare with a different DPS because Nightmare's a different affinity. Because I need to run it tonight, so I might as well do it on stream. But I mean, if we think of Myth Fu on Spirit, when I first ran Myth Fu on Spirit, we had Fushan with Anax, which is the worst affinity on Spirit, because obviously Fushan was missing his decreased defense a lot. That did about 92 million. Ugh, we didn't get the decreased defense again. I know, right? That's the thing. My last team had Jintoro on. I landed decreased attack from someone. My last team had Jintoro with a Brimstone. I don't have Brimstone. I think we're going to make 100 mil. Yeah, I think Ares, like Phantom Touch Ares is so strong. So, Seeker will never get stunned. So, we're fine. Like, we actually are losing an attack every 3 turns as well because we're not clearing that stun. That's why I said if we had Elva over Ares, this team, I think, adds another 50 million damage potentially. Because you open the options. Because you get an extra... Like, basically, I'm getting an extra 16 attacks from Val. That I'm not getting here at the moment. It's like Jintoro. Like, Jintoro is another one like this, where it's better to run in with a lot less damage at 3-1 than it is to run in with a lot more damage at 2-1 because you get more A3s. And if you get one extra A3, that can mean the difference between, like, you know, 10 million damage or 5 million damage. It's insane. But, I mean, the worst affinity... Strong. Pretty good. Yeah, I ran 286 speed in my team, Jintoro. It's pretty good. Double weak affinity. Ruella hitting 18 million there. I think that's pretty decent, right? Let's take a screenshot of that for tomorrow's video. Save. What's my Jintoro built like? Yeah, it's my old speed, so it's like this one. Obviously, you could substitute the 5th slot for an aura, right? Like you could bring in Fushan if you wanted to, and bring the speeds down. I just did it without the aura. But running Jintoro at 3-1 is way stronger, like insanely stronger. We're talking he can go and add another 20 million damage. Okay, so I'm happy with that. We need to run another run. So this one is Force. So for Force, we need to run a Magic. So I could run Jintoro, but Jintoro is going to be a bit awkward because of his passive. I could just run Saito, which is what I'm going to do. Because I don't even know which Gintoro can fit in here. Like, Gintoro's passive causes problems, basically, no matter what you do. I think I'd have to run him faster than I wouldn't have to run Saito. Potentially. But we're going to run Saito. Val is from Doom Tower, yeah. Val is one before Basatha, I think. So, this is my Gintoro. Where is he? Oh, I need to lock him. Gintoro. Why can I not see Gintoro there? This is my Gintoro. He's in... where is he? Lost him again. He's just in sort of broken sets. 4.9k attack, 260% crit damage, 286% speed. Just running him at 3-1 is so much stronger. Even if I lost 50% crit damage, I'd still run him at 3-1. Top chest brutal is 30.4. What speed am I running Demytha? The one I just ran it at is really fast. It's like 345. Right, so we're just going to build Saito. Saito needs to be 243 speed. And then we're going to do that run on Nightmare. We'll see how it works there. We do need to redo his masteries, because they are wrong. Before we do that, let's live refresh. I have a new account and a 2-year-old account. This Fusions event not only scale depend on your accounts, but also the order and type of rewards are different. The different rewards as well, are they? I thought they used to scale the points. I didn't realize they've started scaling everything. That's interesting. So we want damage mode, and we probably want the A3. We're just going to go A2, actually, because the A3's got a weird AoE mechanic. Configure, include, don't use locked one. We're going to go with that. We want accuracy, Law of Steel. Boss, again, we're setting the same things up. 1292. I'm doing 1292 because the clan boss is normally 1520, but I've got 5-star cruelty, so that's how much the defense would be with 5-star cruelty. Decrease defense, weaken. We don't have any aura. I don't think he does any aura. Got increased speed, increased crit rate. He's also going to have increased crit damage, but we won't put that buff on there. Stats, we need him to be 243 speed. We don't have any glyphs, so we're not going to glyph him. Let's just check banners. Usual things here. Nice, well done, Toja. Getting 1 key brutal is a great feeling on Hydra because it's so awful. Right, what do we got? So we could go that. We've got a few unrolled here, so we should probably check. I have Cupidus and Venus on my ult, but not my main. I have Cupidus and I have a Venus, and I find it very difficult to use. Because I don't have an Ekret to keep him alive, and Stone Skin is only as good as far as you throw it, basically. It's not bad. Double. Oh, it did. Okay. So these are the banner options. We can go for this one here. That's like 18, but there's no attack percentage on it. The banners are not great, I'll be honest. So I think we'll go with that one. Crit damage. Again, like you see in the similar pattern to how I build champions here, I'm looking for specific things in the accessories first because that's what, you know, it's what I know I need. I don't need anything else. We can't really get another revenge piece in here, so we can choose to take this piece if we wanted to. I don't mind a little bit of accuracy on him, but I don't want it to be a priority. Like this one has to be coming over. And then we want an attack percentage. Do I even want to look at this? Oh, we got some options here. We could take a refresh ring. We could do refreshes on Saito. If you had a Fushan aura, how much do you reduce the speeds by? So Max, what you need to do that, right? If you watch here, this is what I do. I basically zoom out. I take a screenshot of the speeds, the true speeds. That's what I'm looking at. I've got that screenshot. Now I go and add an aura in of, say, 24%. And the true speed goes up. I need to then drop these individual speeds down to the point where they hit the true speed of 344. So I'll just take Demytha down until she gets to 344.2. Like that. Sometimes it'll round differently because you've got an aura. As long as it's greater than what you had before, it should be fine. That's what you need to do. Okay? I was able to one-key Nightmare Hydra, but our clan decided it's better to focus on bringing down Brutal weekly. Swagger, are you in my clan? Sons of Science 6? I'm sure you are. That's probably my fault, because I was all about that. I've posted a photo in the Raid Events channel and HH Discord. Have you? Raid Events... Well, you don't get... They're not giving you the soul coins. That's pretty nasty, isn't it? Well, having said that, have you unlocked the Soul Forge yet? Because if you haven't unlocked the Soul Forge, that's probably why they're not giving you the coins, because you haven't unlocked it. So we could go a refresh, but I think we want to keep that on Husk. We've got 10% here. It's pretty weak. We could take this one. Let's just take it off Seeker there. Brilliant. Okay, optimize. Cool, we've done that. Stats, slots. What are we going to get? While that's going on, I'm going to swap that gear across. Now, what I am going to do, actually, is I'm going to glyph it to +3. I don't mind that. I just don't want a +5 anymore. Accuracy, that's the one, isn't it? Yep. Attack percentage. Oh, Mongrel. You're in the Sons of Sign Discord though, Swagger, right? I'm sure I've seen you around it. Oh, it's a 5-star though. I'll let it find the best ring for me. Let's just get rid of some things we know we're not going to want here. To speed this up a little bit. Yeah, I wish I had a Necret. If I had a Necret, I'd push Plat. But because I don't have a Necret, I don't push Plat. Oh, they removed an epic book. Oh, that is shady. I could understand the life coin. But I suppose you only have to commit the same amount of points Like, if you think you're committing 3,100 points to get the fusions, it's not so bad, but I do think it's a bit dodge. Yeah, I'm with you there. Right, okay, we've got some builds. So, we have some builds here. It's telling me to take Salad's ring, which I thought it would. I don't really want to take Salad's ring, so I'm going to take Anax's ring. Okay, so awesome. It's telling me to take Crypt King. Okay, can we do it without taking Gembo apart? Or Mordecai? That would be nice. Skrank needs to be rebuilt anyway, so we could do that. That build looks good. Let's go with that one. How much strong does that make us? 81% extra crit damage. That puts us at 5.2k, 296% crit damage. Woohoo! Let's build that. We've got to speed run this because it's getting late and I don't want to lose my advanced quest mission thingy. You know, the advanced whatever it's called. Right, we need that with crit rate, attack percentage, attack. I actually don't know what the best Void nuker is going to be for this team. I'll be honest. I think the best nuker is going to be the one that can give themselves increased attack. I feel like if I had Hall's ring, I think he would go in for sure. Because I feel like Hall's ring is just a monster for buffing himself. Because it's basically one turn where we lose the buff. Crit damage, crit rate, speed, attack. Ghost, not even equipped. It's nice, we're clearing some storage at the same time here because we're equipping things that are not equipped. Speed, resistance. That one, is it? Yep. And then we need 2 more pieces. We need crit rate, crit damage, attack percentage, and the one's crit damage, and the other one is a cruel piece. Right, this needs to go up. How brutal is this going to be? Oh, that was 2 million. That was awful. That was awful. I think we managed to farm just enough silver to do this. Oh, wow. That took 2.5 million. Ugh. Now he's going to be weak affinity, so we're going to need... We're going to be critting a lot less. But hey. Let's just check how many attacks is here. 1, 2 times, 1, 1. War Master. And we'll go with that. We could have gone exotic and given him buff extension, but I don't think we need to. Right, where are we at? 242, and I think he needs to be 243, which is typical. So I need to find 1 speed, and then I will respond to the questions. But I've literally got no silver left, which is always a problem. So all we do is we sell some banners. What do we get here? They look pretty trash. We'll probably sell them. Have we got any rubbishy banners we can sell that are 5-star? 5-star rares. That's poor. That's poor. I never really want to sell these refresh because it's so hard to get hold of. Right, okay, I need a little bit more speed. That's fine. So I just need like a 3-star glyph here. Right. Can we get through this without losing too much silver? Great start at 15. Great start at 1%. We would like a bit of accuracy if we can get it. Not too much. Attack, that's fine. It's fine. Can probably get a little bit more attack on here if we're being truthful. There we go. We didn't get attack percentage on the banner, unfortunately. Where's attack percentage? There. Stop doing 1%. Honestly. Thank you. Alright, so I can see you later. Sorry, I'll respond to everyone's questions now. I'm just checking everything. 70%, 296%, 5.3k attack. We're a little bit low on the accuracy. Can I sneak any more accuracy somewhere? We don't need his decreased defense, but hey, it's not bad that we have a backup. Just in case, you know, we won't have the problems we had with Rorella this time. I think that's good. Got masteries. He's all done. He's in 1 cruel, 1 crit damage. Right then. What was the question I missed? I'm not familiar with the Discord server. Oh, right. I don't know. I thought I saw you in there. I must be misreading it. Is Deliana worth building for Hydra? I don't think so, to be honest. I don't use it. Yeah, Hall's Ring for CB and for Fire Knight. Hall's Ring is like S tier Fire Knight, and he's really insane for Clan Boss. Really, really strong. Right, so with my 176,000 silver from 20 million, which we started on, let's go run Clan Boss in Nightmare and somehow figure out how I'm going to run Brutal. So we just want to rename this to Magic CB. We need a team space. I don't need you anymore because I can run Stultus. So we're going to run... I'd like them all to be down here. I don't even know what that team is. You're Spider. You're Fire Knight. You're something else. You're Spider 20. You're Ice Golem. You know, you're Ice Golem. Where's my Dragon 25 team? Must be this. Oh, we'll put it in here. Right, okay, so... who do I want as the lead? Doesn't particularly matter. Seeker, I guess. We could go Ruella for extra aura. The only person that's going to get stunned is going to be the right champion, so we're going to run you. We need Demytha, Ares, Seeker. Where's Seeker? And then we want Saito. So a few changes here. We need to make sure that Ares is prioritizing this. But she opens with that. Actually, I'm going to get it open with this one. Well, it doesn't really matter, actually. Open with that. It's only the other boss that needs to open with the other one. Demytha prioritizes this, then this. Ares. Open. First. Seeker. Whatever. Saito. leave it as always. Probably just first that, second that. Okay. Same team. Oh, the aura's only acts for dungeons. That sucks. Never mind. Let's go. So, we should be strong affinity for Ruella. We've got 2 weak affinities in Seeker and Saito this time. Sucks, but hey. It's not really a problem with Seeker so much. Although Seeker is still a pretty good damage dealer. Again, let's just check we're in speed tune. Yep. Oh, we're not. Oh, wait, we're in Brutal, aren't we? We're in Brutal. I forget this. We're in Nightmare. Oh, I need to change something. Restart the client. Messed up. Forgot I have to change something in Brutal. What did I have to do? I think it was a turn delay on Seeker. I don't remember how I fixed this. Thought it was a 3 turn. I'm going to remember in a second. Sorry guys, I'm just trying to remember how I fixed Nightmare. I was talking to Short on Skills about it. I remember fixing it. It's just a 1 turn delay on Seeker. It should just be a 1 turn delay on Seeker. Why is it not? Sorry, hang on a sec, guys. I'm just trying to figure out what I've done wrong here. Too many tabs, too many things. Right, Brutal, Nightmare. Should just be a 1 turn delay on Seeker. But it's not. What? Okay. Hang on a second. What have I done wrong here? I just need to figure out why I am unable to get this into tune. I thought it was a 1 turn delay on Nightmare. Is he a problem? Ah, there you go. Well, he's be too slow then. Okay, that's a bit of a problem. We have to run Saito slightly faster. Is that the same for this team over here? Can't be. Oh, it is going to be. Oh, that's a pain. Oh, God. We need to run faster. For silly nightmare mode. Don't think we can solve it any other way. Lesson learned, guys. Double check your speed turns before you think it all is going to make sense. It's not a problem. I can run him at the same speed at faster. I'd have to run him at 250. $255. Okay. I just need to find a little bit more speed on my... Oh, go away. That's why you're talking about the silver. Nope. We might be able to find the speed elsewhere. I just need to find 55 speed, so that's... Go away. So I need to find 12 speed. Which we can take from the weapon here. Right, I need crit rate from here. How much do I lose? I only need 6% crit rate. Crit rate, speed in cruel, and we should be good. That's got 18 speed. 16. That's 12. That's 24. I don't need that much. Just in case it's a better piece. Nope, so we take that. I think 18 is also fine. $261. Yeah, it's fine. Needs a regear now, but it's fine. Okay, we're back on schedule. I have been buying silver from Clan Shop. It's shocking, I know. Right. Attempt number 2. I'm going to have to regear Val up as well, based off that. So this one needs to be Force. The world would be so much easier if I had Elva. Right. Attempt number 2. Let me just check that this is going to work. Saito, Seeker. I've done it wrong again. Forgot to put a delay on. Cutting it fine. I need to get this done before midnight so we can get the extra energy. The cat's adamant it wants to open the door. Right. 1 turn delay on Seeker, and then we can figure out Brutal tomorrow. Okay. Okay. We're back. Slight intermission. Demytha. Iris. Ruella, Saito, Seeker, A1, Demytha, A3. Saito. Yeah, it looks good. Demytha, Saito. Iris, Demytha. I think we're good. Yeah, he should take the stun. That's how it should go. Wow, do you see that Saito hit then? 300k. So we're not in rotation yet, so that's why the debuffs aren't standing up. Right, we're in rotation now. So it should go Saito, Seeker, Ruella. Are we counter-attacking, were we? Ruella, Iris, Demytha, Saito, Ruella, Iris, Demytha, Seeker, Saito, Ruella, Iris, Demytha. It's beautiful. It's beautiful. Do you think Saito will hit hard if you were to build in with damage? Yes. He's better when the clan boss is full HP because he resets the cooldown of his A2. But the reason why I'm using Saito here is because he buffs himself, the difference. This will be interesting now to see how much this actually can pump out in terms of damage. 257k.
Hang on, my friend, while I work out a plan to make this right in the end.
320,000 A3 there. The good thing with this test is we'll be able to see how well Ruella can sustain the debuffs. Because now she is neutral affinity, if not strong affinity. No decreased accuracy involved. Yeah, Saito gets a stun. It's fine, he wakes up. We lose the attack, but it's fine. So yeah, we're going to let this run through now. Let's see how we get. I think this will hit like 140 mil, probably, based on the way that it's going. We're not getting a lot of toxics, I have to say. That's the only thing I'm disappointed with this sort of team is the toxics don't feel like they're filling up as much. But I suppose I've lost an attack not having it on Iris, which is a problem. Again, if I had Ruella, we could probably run Ruella. If I had Elva, we could probably run Toxic Elva. But I suppose it's getting like 6 or 7 poisons up. It's doing quite well, actually. If you had Elva, how do you plan on use a rare CB in the chest? I'll pick a DPS team that has a rare. I'll build a rare just for it. Remember, this team, anyone in Saito's position can be anyone. I don't need debuffs, I don't need anything, it's just damage, right? So if I want to stick a rare champion in so I've got that, I can just have a team setup that I can just toggle to run for that. Like a Boltsmith or something of that nature. Like, we're only picking legendaries because they hit hard. There we go. We're starting to see much better damage from Ruella now. But she's able to... This is why I wasn't worried about the debuff so much, because you can see now that she's in this setting, we're not really stressed for getting these debuffs out. She's keeping them out all the time. There you go, the debuffs are back out. She didn't manage to get the weaken somehow. I don't know quite what happened there. She must have just got super unlucky. Why is she resisting? I don't understand why she's resisting. She's 240 accuracy. It's quite annoying. Okay, now I'm much happier about the toxic situation because we are actually stacking up the full toxic bar. I don't think so. 240 is fine. We'll see now how often it happens. Yeah, I think it just had a really bad RNG run there. But you can see Saito's damage is up there with Val's. He's hitting 300k. Okay, he's not quite on Val's level. But, like, that's 353k hit. He's hitting 230k A2s. The A1's a bit awkward because it's like a triple. So it's not always guaranteed. I could run Turvold, I suppose. The problem with Turvold is the extra turn kind of ruins things. Makes it a lot harder with extra turn Turvold. It's like Lord Shazar we could use as an extra turn as well if we wanted to. 333k, pretty strong. Like, if I adapted the tune, I could probably run Jintoro. The only problem with Jintoro is he kind of requires the tune to remain static. Which means that the moment I need to sub out Jintoro for a different DPS to make the stun targeting work, Jintoro doesn't work. But I could run Jintoro if I had an Elva. If I had an Elva in this team, I could just run Jintoro. And then I reckon I would probably do insane damage. I could even potentially push Jintoro into a 4-1 if I'm really crazy. Do you think if Rorella gets resisted on the first hit, the next two hits don't even try to place it? No. I don't think so. Remember, she tries to place the debuffs every single attack, so I've seen it like place them in different order at times. What's my personal record? 163 million is my record. Obviously, this is Nightmare, so it's not really a fair test per se, but she's keeping the decreased defense and weaken up this time, which is better. This running feels way better than when it was on Magic. Which you'd expect, right? We've still got 2 negative affinities, but at least the main like debuffer is not negative affinity. I can deal with Seeker being negative affinity because he's still doing toxic. I'd imagine Spirit is probably the best affinity for this team. Because Spirit is neutral for Ruella. It will be neutral for Demytha, obviously. It will be weak affinity for Ares, but that's okay. And then it means that we can get like a like another DPS. Well, actually, I don't even think that. I don't think any affinity with... Because of no block debuffs, I don't think any affinity is really that crazy. I think Void is the best one. Yeah, 163 million on Ultra Nightmare is my record. I think this team has the potential to beat it. I just think it needs Elva to beat that record. But it's also difficult to tell because I had a Brimstone Jintoro in that team. Yeah, I think she 3%ed. I just think she may have double 3%ed potentially. But she's pretty much able to keep up the debuffs. She reapplies it just at the start of the 2 turns, basically. So Saito also has a passive thing that stacks up. Every time he attacks the enemy, the same enemy, he starts ignoring more and more defense, up to 30%. So all of his attacks are ignoring 30% of the target's defense, which is why he hits so hard. Plus he gets bonus damage on his A3. I think his A3 is like a 7 times multiplier. It's one of the highest in the game, which is why it hits so hard there. But you can see his War Master procs are coming through at 86,000, where everyone else is coming a little bit lower because he's got that extra ignore defense. See, they're 83, 83. Because he's got his passive, he's able to get a little bit more. Obviously, that weak hit, so it didn't happen. Oh, we lost the decreased defense, that's why. It's the first time we actually lost decreased defense, so... He's a decent champion. Question, how good is Cal Valax on clan boss? His damage so high, is it worth to be placed? He is a very good clan boss damage dealer. His A2 is a bit funky. It's like his max HP, because the max HP part will get capped at 75,000. So you only actually ever need one poison on the target to max his enemy max HP. But he hits really hard. Obviously a poisoner as well, so you'll get good damage output out of him. So yeah, the interesting question will be, who do we pick for Void Affinity? We could go with Skrunk for extra HP burn. We could go with Val for pure damage. We could go Alika for pure A1 damage. The options are very flexible. Hey Solo, how are you doing? Saf, if there would be an option to pull a champion you want, what champion would it be? I mean, if I'm talking arena, it's got to be Necret. But right now, because we're doing this, I really would love an Elva. Would you replace Turvold with Gintoro, Saito, or someone else? I would not replace Gintoro with Turvold unless I couldn't fit him in the team. You'd have to adjust it for both Gintoro and Turvold with the extra turn. Does Ruella have Master Hex? Yes. I think she does. Let me check. No. She doesn't yet. Because I had to take Giant Slayer on her. So that's a good point. We can get Master Hex and it'll help. I had to take Giant Slayer on her to get to Warmart. I had to take the additional path to get to Giant Slayer, so I need another 200 red scrolls on her. That would help a lot, actually. Is there any idea about next clan boss? I know there's another place for it, but do we know? Not a clue. Matthias, not a clue. No idea. I'm sure we'll get told about it like a day before it's going live. That seems to be the trend at the moment. I mean, we didn't know we were getting the Sylvan Watches until like a few days before the Sylvan Watches came out. So, how is Seeker built? I'll show you while we're running that. Beautiful thing about the optimizer is we can... that's how he's built. Toxic, 208 speed, 70% crit rate, 5.1k attack, 259% crit damage. Am I playing Eternal Evolution? I haven't had a chance to, really. I've been so busy. I have been, you know, trying to make sure the website's working. I've got a pretty big update I'm working on the optimizer. I say big update. It's a feature that I think people will enjoy. So I'm trying to work on that. And I'm also still trying to do content as well, as like today, obviously new champions means optimizer update, website updates, you know, Deadwood Jedi calculator updates, Deadwood Jedi website updates, lots of different things. So it's, for me, it's time. Like, I haven't even played New World since we played it on launch night. I haven't played any of Lord of the Rings Online in months. I basically will play a game of League here or there to basically chill out. after a long period. This team is really ramping now. It's really good. The good thing about this is I don't necessarily need to have a brutal team. I could probably run this team on brutal right now and it'll probably hit the 1 key because it's tanky enough. And it hits hard enough that it can just burst it. The brutal's what, 26 million? Should be easy. Just pick strong affinity champions instead of my Saito. I'm tempted to try Rorik actually on Void, just because I can run him super slow. I wonder how strong he would be. Because I think on Void, the only problem is we'd want to use his aura and we can't, because we've obviously built it into this. And if we built his aura into it, we'd have to run it on every affinity, and because we don't have Elva, that's not going to work. That's a shame. I mean, we could run him without the aura. I don't know how fast he'd need to be. Let's have a look. While that's running. So if we were running Rorik here. Disable his A2. So if we don't run Rorik as an aura, how slow do we get him? 218. Looks better. We could run it slower, but we need Ruel at 2071. So yeah. So we could run Rorik at 218 and he would still go 3-1. That could be an interesting Void. I don't know if it'd be stronger than Skrank though. Because I feel like Skrank's just growth damage and the scalability is higher than running slower. Because I can run Skrank at 227 and it would be fine. So for the sake of like 8 or 9 speed, I don't think it's worth it. We're going to let this run through because I want to see the final damage. I have to say, I am a little bit frustrated by how fiddly the team is. I had higher hopes for it. But hopefully a Void test will kind of reaffirm that it's a good idea. Because right now I'm a bit like, I just destroyed a team that was doing 163 million for a team that might struggle to do it unless I get Elva. And because obviously it's now dependent on Ruella for crit rate buff, there's less flexibility, right? There's flexibility that's the same as my old team in the sense that Saito can be anyone, but we have to make sure if it's gone to an affinity that it goes to the right. You know, I need basically a DPS champion for every single affinity, and he's always going to be weak. We'll throw Val in the Brutal, and we'll see how hard he hits the Brutal clan boss. It'll be funny. So, of everyone who's still here, because it's later than I planned, how many of you are going for the fusion? It's much easier, isn't it? Because there's no summoning. Yeah, you are now. 50-50. Always go for it. I wouldn't have, but I'm going for it because the training has 750 coins, and I feel like the coins are worth it. And if I might as well get the 5, I might as well get the 10, 15, and then I might as well go for the fusion. I've done most of my big bulk of masteries today that I needed to, using the energy from Clan vs Clan, so... I think Morrigane's probably my fastest champion if I built it properly. I think I can get Morrigan to like 380 something, but I just don't need to. It is hard, isn't it? The thing is, if it's not immediate use, you then wonder, will it become useful, you know, later on down the line? That's always a risk. At least if it's an epic, right, you can summon it so much easier. It's really easy to get hold of epics. Yeah, I have a lot of fusion dupes. I think I have nearly 4 Brognies. By the way, am I going for it? Of course I am. You know me, I'm addicted. I even went for the Lonatharil fusion for some crazy reasons. Unbeknownst to man. Yeah, I haven't done the 3 secret rooms like that either, Chaos. I've done the 9 on hard and the 12 on normal, but I can't be bothered doing like rear attack stage 12. It's just not worth my energy. Okay, we're getting to the end. What are we going to get then? 22 minutes. Nice big hit at the end. What do we reckon? What do we reckon Saito's damage is going to be? 100 mil? Ruella is coming out top DPS now that she's not weak hitting. Obviously, she's strong affinity, so she's going to benefit here. Seeker. Don't we appreciate that Seeker managed to out DPS Ares whilst he's weak affinity? Like, that's pretty nuts. Keep in mind, he's weak affinity. Yeah, he's always going to be a bit lower. He's not going to be on Val's level. Val is stronger than him. He is weak affinity here. So he's still pumping 24 million out on weak affinity. And I didn't build the best build because obviously I messed the speed. So he's running at like 255 speed now. So I think that's going to be context. He is a bit of a dated one though. Like, don't get me wrong. He's an older champ, so he suffers from that. How much do I need for this? 21 mil. I'm just going to run. This team. And I'm pretty sure I don't need the delay for this team. Yeah. So Nightmare's the only one where it kind of falls out of tune. The only thing we need to do here is just to make sure that she's not a 3ing or a 2 with a debuff, which she's not. Good. So the only difficulty it kind of is a bit of an issue for is Nightmare. I have to run the DPS faster, I think, because of a delay I need with Seeker. I'll have to check with Short if there's any other way around it. I just want to see how hard we can actually get this guy to hit on a neutral affinity. Obviously, the stun targeting is going to be all over the place here, so it's probably going to pick random people. It's probably going to pick Seeker, actually. No, it'll pick Ares. So this tune is going to fall apart, but it's fine. We don't need it to last long. We just need it to get to 21 million. And the good thing is, because there's so many actions taking place, it doesn't take long to get there. I think he hits quite hard, Taha, but I don't know necessarily you would want him. I don't think there's any team that you would put him into instantly. Yeah, keep in mind as well, Chaos, like Draco places poisons, so he doesn't like attack with them. So this is what happens when you don't run the right DPS stun target. ARS gets hit. Now we're in trouble because we don't have speed buff. The tune will probably fall apart. But it's fine because it's only brutal, so I just need to hit 21 million. I don't need anything special. And we've got so much raw damage and so many attacks per turn that we'll just get there really quickly. Oh, is it the other way around? Oh, that's... I knew one of them he placed. He placed. Yeah, that makes sense then. I think by about turn 8 or 9 here, Val's attack passive will be fully stacked up. What do I think about Harima? Harima, I think, will be very good in Clan Boss. I think it'll be very good into certain defenses. But I don't think it will necessarily break the meta like everyone may think it would. I think it'll be a good solution to Mortu, but I don't think it'll be a defense solution. So all we need is just to get to 21 million. If we can do that, be happy. Because it's not in tune. 360,000. I'm going to be... I'll probably end up doing a video at some point when I get this Elva Autumnborn, and I'll be so thrilled about it. If I ever get it, which I probably won't. Whoa, do you see that? 620,000. Imagine what this guy can do in the right team, in the right setup, with the right blessings. Can he hit like 1 million maybe? Wow. I actually thought about putting Val in my Fire Knight team as well. Just to try and like kill it quicker. I wonder if I can do it Ruella and Val, just like maximum damage. Well, the good thing is the team can basically 724,000. Wow. For Val, Phantom Touch. If we can get one with decreased defense, nice. Let's see how hard he's going to hit now. Oh, he took his A1, 400,000. We're just going to see how hard he hits. That are fun. Right, so we've got both abilities. That one ignores 30%. Right, A3. 647,000. That's insane. He's so strong, isn't he? He hits really hard. I know this is only brutal clan boss, but still, he hits really hard. Now that his passive is stacked up, you know, more attack on him will be better. This is one of those situations where we need to make the optimizer understand that you're going to have more attack, because it could be that the highest damage in build actually is the one that has an extra like 500 attack over 20% crit damage, because you're scaling it stronger. 737,000. No, he's not in Savage. He is in... he's got 1 piece Cruel, 1 piece Perception, 2 pieces Shield. 6.5k attack, 254% crit damage. It's a good build. Yeah, he's nuts. Well, the thing about this Ian is he needs to stack this passive, right? What makes him strong is this. He's getting an extra 100% attack. It's like Ninja's passive. But that's very difficult to stack outside a clan boss. Hydra, you can probably get him stack there. But it will reset each round. So obviously wave content is not ideal. Arena is not ideal because it's very difficult to stack. But if you can get it to stack, like, it's insane. Does the attack versus crit damage calculate take into account 50% attack buff, or do I need to adjust that? I would enter it, but it doesn't really make a difference. The only reason why it would make a difference here is because he's going attack, boosted by 100%, then buffed. So it might change the equation a bit. But it's a multiplier, right? So if you've got 50% more attack, it should be the same as if, like, the way that it ranks the best damage in build shouldn't change. To my knowledge, I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure that's the case. Senti is pretty much adamant that you don't need to include attack buff in any sort of damage estimations, so... It's basically environments where you know you can get lots of attacks because, you know, like, we're going to end it here because it's dying. But in 7 minutes, he's pumped out 16 million damage. It's just insane. Yeah, probably. Could do. Like, at the moment, he's at 6.5. He was basically running at 19,500 attack in that team there. So there you go, guys. Bit longer than I planned, a bit fiddlier than I planned. We still got to build Skrank out. I've still got to build out Alika into the right speeds now, but I think Alika's pretty close, if not already there. Because I think, where is she? She's at 210, so I'm going to have to find like 40 speed on her probably. That's fine. Yeah, I think you could. It's the same thing as Ninja, basically. Daily login rewards. Yay. Should we have a look? I did get a Ruella in my soul market, but I didn't buy it at the time. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. Ooh. Nothing there. Nothing of interest. Oh, we've got new weekly challenges. Yay. Finish the Forge Pass off. We're nearly there. But I'm going to leave it there, guys. That was a long one. More work to be done on it. But I think it's pretty solid possibilities. If I had an Elva, I think it would be even crazier. But to hit basically 102 million on the worst affinity with 2 weak affinity champions... Pretty impressive. This champion here doesn't even have a blessing yet. Imagine when Ruella gets an extra 500 attack. Imagine when Val gets an extra 500 attack from a blessing. These blessings will make this even stronger. Will be pretty insane. So, it's a good comparison there for you. That's Kavala's Bat Eater. It beat Bat Eater probably when it was neutral. Quite impressive. Do you guys make the skills tab available to... Yeah, basically all of the optimizer right now is available. All the premium features. So basically this here. All of this here right now is free for this weekend. Team optimizer, if you want to find clan boss. All of this. Full details. All of this is free this weekend. So you can go check it out. If you want artifact ratings, it's free this weekend. All the filters that you've got here, all the different sorting abilities, that's all free. All the different artifact sorting, all free. Go check it out for the weekend. Give it a go, see what you think. But thanks, guys, for hanging out. Is Valdoom Tower or Shard possible? Doom Tower. I don't know what order he comes in. I forget. We probably have it on the website somewhere. Let's have a look. Oops, wrong page. Rewards. There you go. He comes after Barsatha. So he's the 5th champion. He's quite deep into the chain to get him. But he is very good. You love the optimizer. I'm glad you love the optimizer. The order is somewhere in Doom Tower. Yeah, it's in the Doom Tower, guys. One of these pages that I wrote back in the day. I think maybe... No, it's right. It's right. Yeah, it is. That is right. Is it? I thought that. I know Vassal is definitely last. Is it just that those two are the wrong way around? I'll have to fix that. Yeah, it must be because I've only just had Basartha in my queue. Yeah, you're right. Yeah. So, yeah. Yeah, exactly that. I've just got this to the wrong way around, so there's the only two. I'll swap them out. I know there was a bit of confusion the first three because it was meant to be Arost first or something, and it was Thea or something like that. I'm about to get Krakoth next month, so unless they have a solution for the Doom Tower bosses, we're, I don't know, we're a bit stuffed, really, because we're going to be getting secret rooms for no reason whatsoever. So, but there you go, guys. Thanks for hanging out and watching me arduously, I don't know, build champions. I hope you kind of got some experience about how to build champions, how speed tunes work, and how different problems might come up. I will be now spending the next sort of 6 months probably refining this team until I can get it the best as it can be, because I think it has a higher ceiling than my last team. I think I pretty much reached the ceiling of my last team, with the only exceptions being slightly better blessings. But now I need to go and basically get Elva, get some more optimizer and different things like that. So, but until then, guys, I will be putting a video out on this team tomorrow, which I'll be like kind of summarizing what we've talked about. But yeah, have a nice evening. I'll catch you soon.